great googly woogly if it isn't episode 186 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known across the internet. You know the rest of it. It's Look Out Sir, everybody. Way! What a wonderful time. Episode 106. Phil, how are you, mate?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
I don't really know anymore, Phil. That intro was so bad and so odd in its delivery. I kind of want to crawl in myself and perish, but I'm going to pursue forth. I'm going to trundle on forwards like a dedicated, aggressive iron jaw. There you go, some AOS affinity there.
Very good. And speaking of AOS, what have we talked about this week, Dan? I'll tell you, because I do the intros.
I was hoping you were going to ask me or make some kind of quip about Iron Jaws, and I was going to gloat about this really good Iron Jaws list that I've written and say how great I am. But go on then, Phil. That's what we're doing.
Well, I mean, that's what the outro was for, and you didn't do it, so that's your own fault. You'll have to talk about it some other time.
I want to keep it secret, Phil. It's my secret.
Well, I mean, exactly. Don't reveal it until you've at least smashed some people up in a tournament. That's
fair. It's coming. Them Iron Jaws are waiting for you. Anyway, Phil, what are we talking about AOS, etc., and or 40k?
So for AOS, I, not you, Dan, went away to the Warhammer World Throne of Skulls weekend, accompanied by our good buddy Richie, Quizmaster himself, and Tim, friend of the show. So I'm going to recount to you with my stories of running around with my Nighthaunt and how well I did, because it was a jolly good, fun weekend. And then we're also talking about the Blood Angels model reveals up until the date of recording, because there might be more in the future. And we're going to just have a little chit-chat about them. So, the Death Company, the Priest, the Captains and all of that.
Lamartes, etc.
Yeah, whatever about him. But yeah, him.
Indeed. But before all of that, it's a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
What
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now, let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with that, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
On this occasion, Phil, there is a 5-star review. It's come from a place. What place do you reckon?
Well, I think I'm just going to stick to my guns until I'm correct.
Don't do that. It's wrong on this occasion.
Okay.
I'll give you a clue. Half of it's right.
In which case, I'm going to say... but which half?
Exactly, that's the thing. That's the clue.
Is it the country or is it the format? In which case, I'll go Apple Podcasts.
Yes, that is correct.
Could be anywhere. America?
Oh, God. Sorry. I'm dying today. It starts with an A, Phil. It starts with an A.
Australia would be the other one.
Look at that. He's right.
I knew deep down it was Australia, but, I know. It's too far away. It's too far away.
Well, not for them, it's not. For them, it's quite close.
Well, I mean, I'd hope so. They live there.
Indeed. Yes, they do. I'm now concerned, though. Did I do this one last week? Hang on. I've got to check.
You say this every time.
I don't say this every time, Phil. This is the first time I've said what I'm saying. Do some filler. Tell you what, Phil. Why don't you tell them about Patreon and merchandise and stuff for a change?
Oh, well, yeah, sure. So if you would like to support the show, you can do it in a variety of ways. You can, if you're on YouTube, you could leave a like. If you're, maybe you found us via Instagram somehow, you could leave us a like or a share. You can share us around. If you don't want to do that, if you want to go beyond the basics of just listening, liking, sharing, force feeding it to your friends through their ear holes, you can support us on Patreon, where, we have some lovely bonus extra videos that occasionally we do. There's a Hot Wings challenge that we did with some Dark Tide hot sauce. There's a couple of battle reports that we did for various editions of Warhammer 40k. And there was a great Warhammer Fest blog that I did up there. We keep meaning to do some new content this year, and unfortunately we've been absolutely awful at it, but there's still stuff up there for you to enjoy. We appreciate all the support of our existing Patreon listeners. Thank you very much, one and all. I would name you all, but there's far too many. But we do appreciate your support. It keeps the lights on, basically pays for all of our costs for running the show, and helps us get the codexes, because Games Workshop doesn't send them to us at all. So, we break even on this podcast. So thank you very much for that. If you would like to go above and beyond even that, you could buy some merch that we have. It's the same merch that we've had all year round, because I'm too lazy to design some new ones, but maybe one day I'll get around to actually doing it. We've got the classic Lookout Sir t-shirts. We've got the classic In a Crow's Manor t-shirt from a previous episode. We even have, suitably for this episode, Space Vampires, a fantastic t-shirt that every Blood Angel player should be proud to own. So if you're listening to this show, you have a Blood Angels army, you have to. I'm making it a rule and a law now. You have to buy it. I believe I've done everything now, Dan, and hopefully you finished whatever it was you were doing, and we can carry on with the show.
All of those things are correct, Phil. Thank you very much. I think you did an adequate job there. I'll mark you B+ on that.
That's fine. I went too long. I'm aware.
No. I think you did really well, mate, to be fair. I think that was very good. I think in many respects you did much better than I did.
I could be taking your job. I could be nipping at your heels.
Mate, that's always been the risk I've been taking.
That's true.
It's fine. It's all absolutely. You could very easily occupy the kind of the lead, as it were, in terms of and I say that more in the sense of leading in. I kind of kick off stuff. I mean, you could easily do that, but for whatever reason, we've fallen into the things the way they are. But, much like this 5-star review, which comes via Matt G of Apple Podcasts of Australia. Matt G was such a familiar name to me. I had to triple check, double check that we hadn't done them before, but we definitely haven't. This may be a second Matt G review, having left us a review somewhere else, perhaps. But this is definitely the first time we're going to be calling out this review in particular. So I feel okay about that. Do you feel okay about that, Phil?
It's a name I've not heard in a while, if at all. So I think you are correct. It's a new one. And if he's somehow broken the system and given us 2 reviews in 2 places, you're totally entitled to do that, guys. By all means.
Absolutely. Play the algorithms. So let's get into it. So it reads 5-star review, 5 stars, which of course a prerequisite of appearing here. Thank you very much to Matt G. What do you know? Another 5-star review. It was going to be a 4-star review while listening to Dan advocate for the removal of Deathwing Terminators as a separate squad. However, I moved on from that and I am back happily. Sorry, I really am. Sorry, everybody. However, I have moved on from that, and I am back happily listening to this quality 5-star podcast. I am loving the absence of the overly detailed Codex reviews, more general hobby chat and banter, I say. So if you remember, Phil, that was in reference to me suggesting that the Deathwing Terminator squad kind of now doesn't necessarily have a kind of appropriate place and probably did just need to become generic Terminator squad. What they've done is kind of interesting because they've kind of met it in the middle in the sense that essentially it has become a generic Terminator squad, but it's still called Deathwing Terminators, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, but they get maces, don't they? Don't they get some different weapons still? Or is it more swords now?
No, so you're thinking of Deathwing Knights, who have been given additional options. Deathwing Terminators are different in so much as they can have a plasma cannon and they can be accompanied by a Watcher in the dark.
Ooh, exciting.
Indeed. But anyway, thank you so much for your 5-star review, Vat-G. You're an absolute ledge. Loved the review. Here's Phil to elaborate on it while I go away and cough off my lung while muted.
Well, thank you, Matt, for your lovely review. Glad you didn't give us the 4 stars, because obviously we deserve those 5 stars, every single one. And, I'm glad you've come around to Dan's point of view regarding the Dark Angels. No Dark Angels in this show because it's all about the space vampires. But I hope you enjoy the episode all the same. And thank you very much for your review. Love you long time. Bye-bye.
Transitional noise. Not content with doing Sanguinius dirty during the events of the Siege of Terror, not to spoil it at all, but if you haven't read it, Sanguinius dies. Shock horror. We kind of all knew that. But he doesn't die in the most noble of fashions, as per the retelling from good old Dan Abnett. So, they kind of did him dirty. But not content with that, they've also decided that it's time that the, thing that happened in response to his death gets something of an overhaul in the world of Warhammer 40,000. It looks like, Phil, my prediction could be true. Death Company are essentially an upgrade sprue.
Yes. I mean, it felt like that was always going to be the case. But you are correct. Yes, Dan, you are so correct.
Absolutely. It's because I am a 40k Warhammer Games Workshop business genius that I can foretell these events before they transpire. I am essentially a genius. Hand me my flowers, Phil.
I have no flowers for you, but I do have some party balloons, if that helps.
Oh, party balloons. That's very nice.
Party balloons,
Here we are.
Yeah.
Inflated party balloons?
No, you gotta blow them up yourself.
Oh, I've got to provide my own air.
Yeah. Exactly, yes. Helium is expensive, but hot air from yourself, they'd be blown up in no time at all.
A dwindling resource as well, isn't it, helium? It'll be gone before long.
Oh, really? I mean, I don't know about that.
I think it's got like 15 years left. We could live, Phil, to be in a world without helium.
Without party balloons, no more. Let's all have high-pitched, squeaky voices.
That's it.
Before we can't anymore. Anyway, enough of that nonsense. Yes, Games Workshop not content with giving us a preview of the Inquisitorial Agents Codex last week. They've given us a preview of the Blood Angels Codex supplement this week, along with a fancy new box, which is, I don't know what it's called.
It is called, Phil, Blood Angel Army Set.
Exciting, yes. I mean, they could have called it, the Red Rage. The Black Rage. No, that's not what it's called. But they could have called it that, for example.
They could have called it that.
I think it's really, yes, it's a limited edition upgrade sprue box. Is what is more accurately called with black paints.
With two characters.
Yes. So yes, you get 2 lots of
4 lots. Phil, 4. Oh, sorry. 4 lots of upgrade sprues. Yes, I'll stop interrupting. You do your thing.
2 lots of assault intercessors. 1 is a lot on foot. So 10 men on foot. 10 men also with feet, but flying around slightly in the air with jump packs. You get a Brutalis Dreadnought. And then, yes, you get your 2...
You get a what? Sorry, Phil?
Brutalis Dreadnought?
That's okay. I think you said Brutalis Dreadnought the first time around.
I mean, maybe I did. A Brutalis Dreadnought would be a Brutalicious Dreadnought. Yes. Yeah. You then get 2 characters. So you get Lamartes, who's like a chaplain guy, and then you get Astarath, who's like a super chaplain guy. Both, I guess, with jump packs of different kinds. At least Astarath, I guess, has got that kind of classic single jet style, like old school jump pack for Blood Angels. And then, yes, well, you don't get it, but you should. You get lots of black paints because that's what you need. But you do get, as you say, 4 upgrade sprues for Death Company. And then it looks like you get the first possible way of buying the codex, which is obviously a limited edition cover, some transfers, and your data cards. Ooh.
It's quite nice. They throw in the data cards as well. I think they did the same with the Dark Angel box.
I think they did.
I bought that box, so I cannot remember, but yeah. No, here's the thing. I have a Blood Angels army. I like the Blood Angels. I continue to like the Blood Angels. I think they're cool. I think probably the most controversial element of this box is somewhat of a confirmation that Def Company are going obviously full Primarified, and that there is far fewer weapon options for the Def Company as a result. It's going to be really interesting to see if they are going to be squatting the traditional Def Company following this release. Again, the thing that's quite interesting about this is that, you know, these Def Company units that they're showcasing are not the tried and true Def Company intercessors that they've obviously had for a very long time in the range. Def Company intercessors essentially being Def Company, or rather Intercessor Space Marines, upgraded into Def Company via the old Primaris Blood Angel upgrade sprue. So yeah, this is interesting because previously there was a Def Company intercessor and then Def Company on foot and Def Company with jump pack style of build. So it's going to be super interesting to see if finally some sanity will be returned to this bizarre version of the game that we're in at the moment, and your Def Company will just have something resembling a standard loadout that more accurately reflects the points you pay for them, because at the moment the Def Company as they are pretty ridiculous, it's fair to say.
Is that because you can have different weapons for them based on the old like Firstborn stuff?
Yeah, so essentially every single member of a Def Company, as they are currently, can either have a bolt gun with close combat weapon, a chainsword and bolt pistol, or thunderhammer, or power fist and bolt pistol, or perhaps power fist and fusion pistol.
Fusion pistol?
Yes, so they have...
What's one of those?
That is a melter pistol. Phil.
Oh, cool.
Which actually might be the elder name for it. It might just be a melter pistol.
Okay.
I might have made a mistake there. Yeah, that would make more sense.
Sounds like I've not heard of this, but I mean, it sounds like it could be a thing.
You know what it is? It's because I think Dante's one's called the Inferno pistol, and then I came up with an entirely different word for.
I mean, fusion sounds quite cool, but yeah, Inferno pistols I think is often what they're called, because I think the Inquisition
yes, that's the word
as well.
Yes.
So yeah, because interestingly, that you say you can currently get Def Company as sort of just generic Primaris intercessors. So it'll be interesting if they still keep those, and you can basically have intercessor, assault intercessor, and jump pack assault intercessor variants, or if they ditch the regular intercessor version and just keep them as assault only, which seems thematically more correct.
I mean, that would be fantastic, isn't it? If they actually get rid of the, rather than getting rid of the old Firstborn Def Company, they get rid of the Intercessor Def Company. Although, to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen an Intercessor Def Company ever. Like, I genuinely have played a lot of 40k since Def Company Intercessors were in it, and I can't really think of a time where I've ever seen them.
I mean, are you quite glad you didn't do your competitive build where every Def Company person had a Thunderhammer and a jump? Was it also with a jump pack?
Well, I do have that build, Phil. I do have that build. But, you know, the thing is that, you know, that was an army for a time and place. I think it was inevitable that the Def Company was going to go this way. I genuinely thought they'd throw in a few more options. But, you know, because, again, if you're building the Def Company out of the Assault Intercessor and Assault Intercessor with jump pack kits, they've actually got quite a lot of weapon options for the Sergeant specifically. But my assertion is that Def Company squads, well, as they are currently, don't have Sergeants. So I guess they've just gone with this generic weapon loadout. Because let's be honest with ourselves, if, you know, say a terrible thing happened and Phil essentially witnessed the death of his Gene Sire, and it made him go completely crazy. And he decided that, the best course of action was to send Phil out into a war zone for him to, die in an honourable fashion. I probably wouldn't, give him my best silverware.
No, that's true. You'll give me the plastic cutlery from McDonald's, which actually is no longer plastic; it's paper. Which is
that's true.
It literally just melts as soon as you touch it. It's completely useless.
Here in the UK, anyway, the Americans still have plastic straws, etc.
Oh, lovely! They didn't care about turtles. That's why.
Well, here we just pay for the privilege not to care about the turtles. That's how it works, isn't it?
Quite likely. So I think I described the upgrade sprue before as maybe Death Company upgrade sprue, but it isn't. It's just a generic Blood Angels upgrade sprue, which I guess is why you don't have any particular extra war gear for your Death Company. Although I'm sure you could use some of the bits. Although, would you be able to take the Eviscerator? That'd be interesting to see. Maybe not. Maybe that's for the regular assault guys.
Well, there is an image of one of these Death Company Marines with that Eviscerator. And the Eviscerator isn't typically a unit option for assault intercessors with jump backs or assault intercessors. And also the way Games Workshop have painted it in the imagery, they've specifically painted it with black gauntlets. Which implies to me that is a Death Company exclusive thing. They've also got the bone
you are correct.
On the thing, which gives a Death Company vibe. So, I think that's a Death Company exclusive weapon.
Nice. Okay, yeah, well spotted.
Yeah. Additionally, in the terms of upgrade things, another really interesting variable is the Death Company Dreadnought, which is now what they're calling the Brutalis Dreadnought in this box set. So the Death Company Dreadnought is basically what it's called, but it is very much a Brutalis Dreadnought rebranded Death Company, which is super interesting.
Well, it says provides rules for fielding Death Company Dreadnoughts, plural, which could just mean a type that is in the loadout of the Brutalis, or it could mean there's an upgrade for every dreadnought type to be a Death Company, potentially.
Even the ballistas?
The shooting, maybe, but it makes more sense thematically that it would just be the Brutalis, so...
Yeah.
Or as we're now calling them, the Brutalises.
Yes, the Brutalises. It's interesting, though, because obviously the current Death Company Dreadnought kit is a dual kit, or rather a trio kit. With the Furiosa Dreadnought, the Death Company Dreadnought, and the Librarian Furiosa Dreadnought. Although I think they stopped calling it Librarian Furiosa Dreadnought ages ago. I think it's just a Librarian Dreadnought these days. But could we be seeing the removal of the Librarian Dreadnought and by extension the Furiosa Dreadnought?
Well, currently in the Space Marine Codex, the box... they don't call them boxnauts, obviously. That's our lingo. The standard dreadnoughts, the old style ones, still exist for Space Marines. So I suspect they still exist for Blood Angels, because it feels like they phase out the vehicles last if they are going to do them. The Rhinos and the Land Raiders are still kicking and screaming to the dying days. So they're still around, but all the, the firstborn stuff's going. So... by that logic, I would assume they'll still be in this one as well. For one last hurrah for this edition, but probably not next edition. Yeah,
I don't know, man. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go with it, because obviously making it the Brutalis Dreadnought becomes the Death Company Dreadnought implies that, this is the direction they're potentially going in. And in credit, or, in fairness... the Furiosa Dreadnought was, originally conceptualized as kind of like this punchy Spudnaught, the old original Dreadnought that was specifically made for Blood Angels. It then kind of evolved into a Death Company variant, and then, along the way, it kind of inherited this Librarian thing. I kind of always get the vibe with that was one of those classic design studio moments where someone went, hey, we could do another faceplate. What do you want? And they're like, oh, we could make it's like, oh, we could do a Chaplain Dreadnought and a Librarian Dreadnought. And in the end, they just ended up with the Librarian one, which again is cool. I love the Librarian Dreadnought. It's never made any sense to me why it's Blood Angels exclusive, other than the fact that they basically went, but Blood Angels just have more Psychers. It's like, do they? Right, all right, fine. That was lore from the same Blood Angels Codex, where they had deep striking Land Raiders because Land Raiders were in such abundance to the Blood Angels that they just lost all value. You know, it's they were just like, just chuck them out of the Thunderhawks. It'll be fine. Anyway, but yeah, I think this is the story of two halves, and I think obviously if in the time, so we're actually recording this on the 29th of July when they first announced this. The episode will be going out in a couple of weeks, so we will do a little errata section at the end if new significant updates come in for the Blood Angels, confirming some other elements. They have teased in this article that there's going to be Sanguinary Guard, and Sanguinary Guard is something that everyone's kind of talking about anyway for Blood Angels. So, yeah, if more Blood Angel news hits, we'll be sure to add it in as we go along. But I think that's the most interesting element of this box. It's not so much about what we're seeing; it's about what we're seeing represents in terms of what that means for people's existing collections. Noting, obviously, that you can carry on using your Death Company models however you see fit. It's just that obviously there's not necessarily going to be rules supporting them to the extent as what they are now. And potentially if you're using them with their current loadouts, they may move into a legend status, which means they're not sort of tournament legal. And then you end up in that weird WYSIWYG situation that only is really applicable when it comes to Space Marines, unfortunately. So yeah, this is the most interesting thing about this release to me, is what Blood Angel kits are going away. My suspicion is, Phil, everything that isn't in this update, everything that isn't Primaris already or is about to become Primaris is going. I think they're going scorched earth with Blood Angels.
I mean, didn't they also do that with Dark Angels?
No, so Black Knight Command Squads are still in circulation. So the Raven Wing contingency is still holding on in there. Same thing with the Dark Talon and the Nephilim.
But they're vehicles, so that's not vehicles. As I said already, they don't count. They don't go.
Dark Shroud as well, and the Dark Vengeance, or not Dark Vengeance. What's he called now? The Plasma variant. So yeah, lots of Raven Wing stuff. Samael, he stayed. So yeah, there's a lot of Raven Wing stuff that stayed. They did get rid of the Talon Master, and they did get rid of the.
So they get rid of some vehicles.
Yeah, well, just because it was the Land Speeder kit and the Land Speeder kit.
Yes, no, that's true.
Yeah. But I think in the case of the Blood Angels, when you think about the specialist units that they have that are their own, you're basically talking about Sanguinary Guard, which are very likely to get upgraded, Death Company that are clearly getting replaced by these guys, and then the Dreadnought kit that seems very plausible to be replaced with this. The only thing left that could stay, and to your point, Phil, I'd probably agree with you, I think the Baal Predator will remain for this edition. But I think everything else will be burnt to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if they could do a sort of, was it a
Baal Repulsor?
Well, yeah, a gladiator upgrade to make them Baal-esque in some way, then you could sort of phase it out. But I don't know. There's something iconic about Predators that, even though I quite like the gladiators and the repulsors, there's something. The old stuff's more iconic, and I think it forever will be. But I feel like they'd be consigned to either heresy or, like I've said it for ages, you need a middle system to represent that kind of 6th, 7th edition era 40k, which will be, either the scouring post heresy, if the specialist game studio do that, or a Badab War era style setting to bring back Firstborn in as a fresh wave of models somehow. The nostalgia that we're probably getting like 10 years time for these kits that are no more. They're basically old world 40k.
I mean,
they'd be like, here you go.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Though, because for so many people, that particular time frame was very meaningful, and those kits and that particular moment in 40k as it was before the story started moving forward in 7th and late 6th edition was pretty special. So yeah, I feel like I feel like there's a justification for going back in that space. It does mean obviously flogging yet more Space Marines, but that's what Games Workshop's kind of core business is. I still hope that we'll see the Firstborn versus Primaris warfare
storyline.
Yeah,
Could
but
be
I think that ship has well and truly sailed off into the sunset now. Primaris are basically Space Marines, and that's the end of it. But I do think there will be. Here's the thing: I've long since accepted the absurdity of some of these range refreshes and changes that Games Workshop have made in order to kind of pursue this Primaris project. I definitely had my frustrations with it at the start, but I feel like I've been sort of hurt too many times now to be that bothered about it. And when I look at a situation like this unfold, the old 40k player in me would be deeply disappointed that my unit that has all this character and all these options and all the abilities to take lots of interesting stuff has kind of been taken away from me, and that kind of irks me. But then at the end of the day, everyone who's playing this unit competitively is doing the same loadout. So you may as well just give them a generic loadout. And okay, fair enough, this generic loadout is not as powerful as short-range melter guns and power fists, but we don't know the rules yet, right? They could be like, oh, they're fueled by feral madness, and as a result, they're strength 8 chainswords with AP 2 and damage 2. And you'd be like, oh, so the same as power fist? It's like, yeah, basically. And they hit on 4s. So basically, there you go. It's basically the same profile. They just carry chainswords and bolt pistols now. Who cares?
Yeah, they could do something like that. And what are your thoughts on the 2 new models?
Well, just to finish off on the Death Company, I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this as well. I think the Blood Angels upgrade sprue combined with the Intercessor kits and the paint job creates an interesting situation, because these are going now back to much like obviously what we saw with Death Company Intercessors. This is now just the paint job. No longer are they scrolled up to the eyeballs or covered in bits of string or a vast assortment of blood drop iconography. They are Billy Basic. They are literally just black armor with a few red crosses painted on here and there. And obviously none of those red cross details are going to be molded onto these shoulder pads or anything like that. So it's going to require painters to, use a bit more kind of skill to put those things on. I appreciate painting a red X onto something isn't drastically difficult.
Well, I was going to say, or do you think those X's are going to be in the transfer sheet? Hold on, I'm just trying to zoom in. There's white X's with a red blood drop in them, and then that's it seems. Yeah, I think that's probably it. There are some red bits, but I think they're all red wings and blood drops.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is, you'll have to either get good at green stuff, and you can make little ropey bits quite easy by twisting some green stuff together once you've rolled out into like thin long pieces. Scrolls are quite easy to do as well. Make a little sausage and then flatten it on to turn it into a smooth parchment scroll type thing. I've done that a few times, and or you could mold on the X's yourself, which would then be easier to paint, but obviously requires skill in making the X on the shield, or not the shield, on the pauldron, or you buy some of the old Firstborn ones, because in theory they're meant to be the same size, right? So you could potentially source some of those for the shoulder pads. Yeah, that might be one option.
That is definitely an option, but it's just interesting that this is something that I think. I know for a fact, because a lot of Blood Angels players were disappointed when I talked about the fact that they're just going to do the upgrade sprue. So I know for a fact a lot of people will be upset about this. I'm not massively upset about it, but it is a weird thing. The other thing as well, I suppose, is almost like, again, because obviously all the Intercessor kits have a certain kind of utility to them that I feel like isn't really becoming of the Death Company. It's like, I understand that dev companies could have grenades, but it feels like you need a degree of kind of cognizant awareness in order to be operating things like grenades. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, do they need all those pouches? Do they need those grenades? Do they need those, extra ammo and bits and pieces? I feel like you just kind of give them one clip and a chainsaw and just send them on their way. But I suppose also as well, they would have the Aquila though, wouldn't they? They wouldn't scrub that out. That's still, because they're still, the Emperor's lads.
Yeah, you could do a nice version where you scrape that off on a couple and maybe replace it with some rivets or some other detail, or just leave it plain as a nice sort of armor piece. Have the Aquila on some of them though. I think, it helps break up the black as well, to be honest.
Yeah, it is kind of necessary, isn't it?
I do like the sort of bare bones utilitarian look of a lot of the Primaris range, so I don't mind it, but I could see why you would want a bit more detail on these guys. I think if you could somehow add on some sort of parchmenty scroll bits, that would be cool. They've clearly got some on a couple of the upgrade chain swords, because they've got them wrapped around the wrists on a couple of them. I think that'd be quite straightforward to do with a bit of green stuff patience, if you were so inclined.
Yeah, for me, I really actually am. For me, Dev Company feels like, the utilitarian sort of basic nature of it feels more in keeping with what I would assert a Dev Company needs to be. At the end of the day, again, as I was saying before, you're not going to give them the best stuff. You want them just to go out there and do their thing, and you want them in sort of basic armor, and you want to just sort of do it as simple as possible. So I think, for me, I'm in favour of this aesthetic. I like the look of this overall, quite a bit. But I absolutely understand that if this is the end of the current Dev Company kit, that's going to be disappointing to a number of Blood Angels players not getting a dedicated Dev Company kit to replace it. But to be truthful, I always felt like the Dev Company kit, when they created it in 5th edition, admittedly, they did have Dev Company kits going as far back as 2nd edition, but the Dev Company kit of 5th edition was technically where they went quite over the top of it. They did have a metal kit in 3rd ed as well that had a few details on it, but but that was still quite basic by comparison. And I feel like that's the thing. It's like, these are just Space Marines that have gone loopy. That's really all you need to kind of lean into with it. The unnecessary extra detailing feels, as suggested, unnecessary. So yeah, for me, I don't hate it, but I understand that there will probably be a number of Blood Angels players or fans who are a little bit, disappointed. But, if you're one of the people that already owns the Firstborn kit, good for you. Carry on using them. Maybe change up their loadout just so they're a little bit more aligned with whatever the new rules are going to be. But yeah, Dev Company fine. Brutalis Dreadnought as Dev Company also fine. That Brutalis kit has grown on me. I still have no idea why it's got the auto cannons, or rather the heavy stubbers or whatever they are on its head. Yeah, that bit still befuddles me. But yeah, look, the new models. Let's get your opinion first, Phil, because I've said a lot about Dev Company stuff. What do you reckon of old Lemonhead, Lamartez?
I really like him. I think he's a very cool looking model. So yeah, he's really cool. There's some really nice touches to him. Hold on, let me just look at the image once more to point out a few things. So weirdly, he looks really good with the jump pack, and I was like, "Oh, is this design different from the regular intercessors, the assault intercessors?" And I don't think so. Obviously, it's got the iron halo on top, but I think it goes to show you how cool the jump pack looks on just a regular dude that's not flying in the air and he's just stood on the ground. So, we theorize that if you took those jump packs and put them on the regular intercessors or assault intercessors, they would probably look really good. And I think this model kind of proves it. The other neat touch I really like is on his legs. Rather than having the red crosses painted on, he's got these like metal clamps that represent the X instead, and I think that's a nice nod, and it's like some nice cool embossed detail. His mask is the weird mouth thing. I'm not quite sure what's going on with what's inside it, it sort of looks like he's got a ball in there. I assume that's more where he's breathing from or something, but it looks cool. I really like it. He's got some cool bits, and he's got a fancy little base as well. So, and it isn't a tactical rock. So, bonus points going on there.
I mean, he has managed to find himself something rubble-esque that gives a tactical rock vibe under his right foot. But yeah, no, on the whole, I think this is a really beautiful kit. What I like about it is that, as you've already identified, this is him at a more kind of feral moment, I suppose. There's a lot more of ferocity to the posing, a lot more, sort of anger, aggression in the figure. The current Lemates model, I adore. I think the current Lemates model is stunning. I think it really has stood the test of time, but it's a very stoic pose. It speaks more to his position as the Guardian of Lost, the individual that is so disciplined and so, powerful in his self-conviction that he's able to withstand the effect of the Black Rage and hold it at bay to lead his brothers into battle. There was always really good rules with Lemates where there was this sort of fragile kind of status that his psyche kind of held into check. And effectively his old rules were that as soon as he took a wound, he went completely loopy. He basically was like, I could hold it together for so long, and then he'd take like one wound, and then all of a sudden he'd have like 20 attacks, strength 1,000,000, AP -7, whatever it was. It was like basically he went completely nutty, which was amazing. And this to me is kind of that migration into, oh God, he's off the wagon. He's going in. And yeah, I think the face sculpt is amazing, or the helmet sculpt. Just adding that like extra expressiveness on the skull is really cool. Again, jump pack Marine that doesn't have all the weird extra vents on his legs as well, which is kind of a nice touch.
Yeah. Well, you can't see any from the pose. I mean, it doesn't look like they've got any on there.
Yeah, so looking at the bottom left image of the sort of more side-on part of it, I can't see it, but if he does, he does. But yeah, they kept it sort of basic in so much as he's got the jump pack, and that's what gets in places. He hasn't got because that's the weird thing I don't get on board with the assault intercessors with jump packs, is the leg ones. I'm like, what's that about?
Because I'm looking at the pictures and you can't see the little vents in their legs from the front on view.
No, but they are there because I built those kits.
Okay.
They do have them.
I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, anyway, I'm a big fan of this Lemates sculpt. I think it's stunning. I love the character. I think it's really cool to see a really kind of iconic character given a new, a new sculpt. This is the third Lemates sculpt since third edition. So 7 editions, 3 sculpts. That makes him one of the most re-sculpted Space Marines after Marnius Calgar.
Yeah, that would be my first pick as well.
Yeah, but I think it speaks to his iconic nature. I think it speaks to the character and just how cool Death Company are, but just how important this guy is within Death Company. And he's come a long way because his first sculpt was a bit silly. He used to have a mace that had it had like a really long, almost like shelf on it for some reason. It was very weird.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this model does make me think, if we were to do a doubles list and I did like 1,000 points of just Death Company with him, that would be fun. Yeah.
That would be fun. I think, I'm a fan. I think they've done a great job with the sculpt. I can't really follow it. And to be fair to it, the base is really doing a lot of work on it as well. That's a great base.
Yeah, the pose really, is... The base is sympathetic to the pose, but it's also vice versa because the pose is done because he's going downwards, which is very rare for a model. Normally it's 1 foot up on a tactical rock. So I like the elevation that the sculpted base gives it, and that he's like walking down some steps. That's obviously like quite an iconic sort of pose and works really well here in the model's favour. So yeah, it's a nice breath of fresh air. Top marks.
Yeah. Next one we've got is the Astaroth, the High Chaplain of the Blood Angels, Astaroth the Grim. I think this is potentially a great miniature with a bad paint job or just very, very static photography. Because basically all I keep looking at when I look at this miniature is the face sculpt, and it kind of reminds me of those puppets from the old Terrorhawks show back in like the early 80s, late 70s. What was the name of the android lady villain thing? Zelda. That was her name. It kind of looks like Zelda from Terrorhawks.
Okay. I mean, I've got no context, but I will take your word for it. I assume he's got a death mask on there, but the weird blue colour, I don't think particularly helps show
it's
that
the
off.
hair as well, though, right? It's like a Conan the Barbarian type haircut going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a good sculpt, sadly. As you always say, it could be the photography. And, this weekend I was at Warhammer World and I was looking at some of the stuff I was criticising before the Stormcast Eternal stuff. I was looking at some of those in the cabinet. You know, the heavy metal stuff gets put up on display. And it did make me go, yeah, they do look better than I gave them credit for. But there's still elements to them that I don't necessarily like on some of the reclamation, the chamber of the new guys. They're a bit overly detailed still, but they are definitely better than what the photography shows them as. I would say, one of them. I think the hair. It's in part the fact that he's clearly leaping around, but the hair is posed as if he was completely static. There should be some dynamic movement with that hair. If he's jumping up, the hair should be more back, I would say. But I also feel like the black color scheme of the hair almost matches exactly the black color scheme of the wings, which should be made from two different materials. Maybe they've done some ever so slightly different highlight colors, but it doesn't really feel like it. So those two things get lost together. And then the other thing that I don't like is that his arms are really high up above his head, so the shoulder pauldrons are just upside down. It reminds me when I had like a He-Man action figure as a kid and I turned the arms all the way up and around and they just looked silly when they get past a certain point. Yeah. And this shows you the sort of limitation of the Space Marine armor that, yes, it could technically do that, but it just kind of looks a bit silly when it does.
I think it's all the components together, though, right? Like, because I think having to put those in, but then to also have to manage the wingspan, and we know Games Workshop can and have sculpted really beautiful sculpts of characters wielding weapons in a sort of hold it aloft type of situation, dual hand weapons. I mean, I was painting some wreckers for my Iron Jaws the other day. And many of them are carrying like double-handed, massive choppers above their heads, and the way they sculpt the muscles and the structure of the pose, really beautiful. There's just I agree with you, Phil. Like, no, it's funny, isn't it? Lamartez is sort of everything about Lamartez: the weight of the pose, the posture, the sort of the dynamic sort of energy of the character, the ferocity of the expression. The kind of singular direction and the kind of movement and sort of almost kinetic energy of the pose is phenomenal. The problem is with Astaroth, by comparison, is nothing syncs up. He's looking off in a weird direction. He's all bent in a weird shape. It just looks very, very uncomfortable. He doesn't look like he's a kind of effortless killer. He just looks like he's having a really, really bad afternoon.
I'm just looking at the original model, and it's almost a like for like pose, but there his face looks like a real face. Whereas in the new one, it looks like a mask that he's wearing because the skin's such a weird colour. And it looks like they've gone, oh, we'll do the hair the same as the original model. But there, the wings look more realistic, even though they're obviously not meant to be. And here, I don't know, they just look so flat and simple in comparison. Here's the thing, it's like, if you're going to have ornate wings that don't do anything, why have them that big? In my mind, obviously they're just basing it on the old miniature, but I would almost rather much smaller decorative wings that maybe look more ornate. I don't know, they're just very flat and plain in comparison to the rest of his armor. He's got a lot of ribbing, which I'm not massively a huge fan of, but I can see that, you know, the old model had that, and I'm going to hazard a guess that this was inspired by Bram Stoker's Dracula in the flashback sequence where you see him in this red ribbed armor, and that's what where the inspiration originally came from. So I guess they've wanted to stick with that. But it's just not to my personal taste, I think.
No. I just think the pose is all wrong. Like, you know, those, the Executor model that came in the new Scaventide box for the Stormcast Eternals, where he's stood very stoically over his axe. Like, I didn't like the overall kind of posture of that figure. It didn't really work because of some of the weird kind of like elements of it. But again, I'm not really advocating that was the right pose for it, but there was something about that which kind of spoke to the idea that it was this stoic executioner, that it was, because that's the thing with Astaroth the Grim, is the idea is of him is that basically if the Death Company Marine doesn't die on the battlefield, this guy basically gives them their final like duel to the death. Like, that's the whole idea, is he basically lines up all the Death Company Marines and kills them. But it's funny because that is exactly the same story for that Stormcast guy that you were just describing. It's like, and both models have just come out quite recently. Obviously, this is an old one being redone. It's interesting that they've taken the same concept and put it into Age of Sigmar. But yeah, as you say, if it was a much more sort of stoic model stood over a dead Space Marine, that would be quite a sad but fitting like pose, I think, for what he is, and also something new. Because obviously, I don't mind recycled poses where they go, cool, we're just going to update the old model, and that's what they've tried to do here. But I'm like, unless it's got to be like a 10 out of 10 to do that. And if it isn't, it's like, I would have rather you tried something new and just given us like a different style of armor, or ideally a different pose to show the character in a different light. A bit like what you were saying with the Martes, right? That he's in a different pose now. They haven't tried to replicate that, and it shows him in a much more feral, ferocious pose, which shows a different side of his character than they did in the previous one. And they could have done that with him. So rather than him just being, you know, action-packed, charging in like the old model, they could have had a bit more of a somber model, because that actually is really what his character's all about. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting as well, because from a kind of overall sort of visual perspective, you know, because this character has those kind of archangel wings, because they've got that element, you know, at one point, you know, it's like, is this supposed to be like some grim representation of different aspects of Sanguinius, or a different aspect of like the Blood Angels? Is it a callback to, you know, what the Blood Angels were before they became the Blood Angels, before Sanguinius kind of led them on the path of enlightenment? You know, is this the yin to Dante's yang? I don't know. But the point is that, you know, there's a lot of elements in the character, and I don't believe that it is impossible to do this well, because I've seen Tom Danvers' converted version of it using the geezer with the hourglass. What was the guy in the one from the Indomitus Crusade box who's got the terrible head and the sword and the hourglass?
Yes,
something.
He's just a car.
Just a car, maybe that's it. Yeah,
it's something like that.
But the point is like, yeah, Danvers.
Judicia, I think, is the pronunciation.
That's the one. But Danvers did a conversion using that as like the baseline kit and made a very, very pretty Astra of the Grim out of that. Obviously certain elements of the sculpt isn't obviously up to the same standard as what you see in the, in the professional, GW sculpt. The axe isn't quite as ornate and the, elements aren't quite as, crisp here and there. But the miniature is gorgeous. The pose is great. Again, speaks very much to the lore. He's carrying the severed heads of multiple Death Company Marines that he's, dealt with in honourable combat, I suppose.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a stunning piece of work. I don't know if you've seen. You must have seen it, surely.
Maybe, but I might not realise the context of who it was, or I might just thought, oh, it's a cool model, and not that it was a kit bash of someone else.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, it is. Again, speaks to the fact that it is theoretically possible that there is a version of this that could be good.
That's cool. So Tom Danvers is as you just showed me, has been featured on Warhammer Community, which I completely forgot had happened. A bit jealous, I have to say. So I guess if you Google Danvers, is he called Danvers on the post? Yeah,
Danvers, and just Tom Danvers, Blood Angels, and you'll find that.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, nice little conversion.
No, it's stunning. It's really stunning. I mean, again, it's a beautiful army, which is frustratingly the way that Danvers does things. Although not frustrating for him, just for those around him. But yeah, stunning army. Worth checking out. But yeah, look, I really love Blood Angels. I'm really glad that they're coming back. Lamartez is spectacular. The Death Company and Brutalis / Death Company Dreadnought element is something that we're going to just have to get used to. But I feel like it was always inevitable, just because of the direction the game's going now. The upgrade sprue for what it is fine. Some of the head sculpts are a little bit silly, especially with some of the paint jobs that we're seeing above, but they don't seem overly offensive. I mean, in all honesty, I would probably just opt to have everyone in my Death Company helmeted rather than use these head sculpts. But, you do you. But yeah, overall, I'd say it's a pretty impressive box set. It's cool that we've got 2 new characters in it, and it's exciting that we're potentially going to see some Sanguinary Guard soon thereafter, which is super nice. And it'd be cool again, obviously, if they did a new Sanguinor. That'd be super lovely, also. But
that would be
more to come, I suppose. But wait, I'm not gonna hold out too much hope for Corbelow and Tycho. I feel like their time has come.
Quite likely.
What's our bets on Gabriel Seth?
No, probably gone. I mean, it'd be nice, but probably won't happen.
No, I'd agree. I think that's the end of the road for those 3, but we'll find out before too long. But yeah, any other final thoughts on the Blood Angel box set, Phil? You're going to be buying it? You're going to be collecting Blood Angels?
No, sadly not. I mean, I do like it. It's a pretty good box. Obviously, Ashraf, not a fan of personally, but maybe someone else will give him a home. But yeah, Black Marines, I think are very cool, whether they're Death Watch or
Black Templars.
Black Templars. I also love Black Templars. So these guys, they do tick a box in my heart somewhere. If I didn't have enough projects on the go, I would consider it, to put it that way. I think it would be a good 1,000-point army for a doubles event, at least.
I think someone pointed up the box based on current points. It's only like 600 points, though.
No, I know. Yeah, it'd be something ridiculous.
So, you need another 20, maybe 30 Space Marines to get that up to 1,000.
Yeah, it'll take me a couple of years to paint.
Well, indeed. Most people, I imagine. The construction meta, as they call it, is real. But there we go, Blood Angels. If there is more to be said, you'll start hearing us say it now. So, shock horror, everybody. There is more Blood Angel stuff to talk about. 2 additional sculpts. There may even be more by the time you're listening to this, but we're recording now on Thursday, the 8th of August. And yeah, there's basically these 2 additional sculpts to talk about. So that's exciting, isn't it, Phil?
Yay!
You love the Blood Angels, don't you? You're a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. Yeah, there's bits to them I like. There's bits to them I like, for sure.
What bit is it that you like in particular, Phil?
Quite like Death Company. I think they're cool as a concept. And you know, black armor. I like a unit that does black armor regardless of what faction it is. You know, the Sons of Horus have got vegetarian Terminators. I want to say White Scars have something where they're in a different colour.
That's true, yeah.
That might be red rather than black.
The Terminators also come in black, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember why.
Something like that. But quite a few, yeah, whenever you've got like a unit that's just off colour, I always think it's cool. The other thing I quite like for the Blood Angels, and we'll see it here with one of the minis, is I quite like the sculpted torsos because it's very Minotaurs, which is always a good conversion possibility. So when I did my jump back captain, I nicked it was my own kit. I had some Blood Angel bits and I used one of their sculpted torsos. So, you know, that's very cool because it's very Greek, isn't it? Greek vibes, Spartan-esque. So, you know, I like them for that as well.
Yeah, I disagree.
Space vampires. Can't go wrong. That's cool.
Space vampires. So we have a new Primaris, soon to just be Space Marines in every sense of the word, but we have a new Sanguinary Priest. So this is the Blood Angel Apothecary that is essentially more than just your regular apothecary because of all of the, you know, Blood Angels, sanguinous fun. So effectively, in the general sense, it's like an apothecary, but they also have this like blood chalice, which in gameplay terms effectively makes them into quite a significant buffing piece, as they're able to essentially use the, you know, influence of this blood chalice to essentially mobilize and motivate the Blood Angels around them to further acts of valor, I suppose. I have to be honest, right? Like, I mean, the first version of this miniature that you see has a very gaunt face sculpt. Blood Angels, when they don't drink blood very often, are known to get a little bit long in the face, I suppose. So my assumption is that this Sanguinary Priest, as part of his various vows, is keeping himself off the blood, because I suppose when he's around as much as he is, he probably does have to kind of practice more of a kind of straight edge style approach to things. But yeah, it was a very interesting decision to sculpt a face that is quite as sort of malnourished and tired looking as this, especially given that Blood Angels, for the most part, are supposed to be, or are well known for being quite a handsome legion or chapter. It's quite interesting to see one with such a, you know, an ugly face. Let's just call it what it is. What did you think of that particular face sculpt, Phil? Are you going to go out of your way to add that to your collection of faces?
No, but purely because it's the wrong hair for what I would want, I think, because the only bare heads I need are for my Thunder Warriors, and I want mohawks or bald heads, and this is neither. I mean, I don't know how much of it is the paint job versus the actual
loads
sculpt.
of it is the paint job as well.
So
yeah.
It might not be quite as bad as you think it is once you get hold of it. But yeah,
I mean, the helmeted version and the handsome face are seemingly fine. I think those two heads look okay, and they've, you know, shown here the alternate pose where the character is carrying a Absolver bolt pistol as opposed to the Astartes chainsword. So yeah, like, you know, the bolt pistol variant with the handsome face certainly looks superior to the Astartes chainsword wielding tired fella. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there is obviously some variety in the kit in terms of face sculpts, and I think,
and pose, which is cool.
And pose. And actually, again, nice little attention to detail. It even alters or has the option of altering the direction of the light and wall specs that sits on the backpack, which is a nice little bit of attention to detail. I appreciate it's probably just a ball and socket joint with an amount of swivel to it, so it's relatively easy to achieve, I imagine, but it's nice to see.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. And little servo skull there, which you can never go wrong with.
Yeah, again, nice to see that being added in as well. I mean, again, that could certainly, with the addition of things like Agents of the Imperium, be something that maybe you could place on its own individual base and have it obviously representative of some kind of surf or servo skull in and of itself. But yeah, it's that is definitely one of its cooler features. I think my overall vibe with this miniature is that I feel like it is quite a downgrade versus its original, and I suppose you can't even really use the term original, but its most recent adaptation. So for those of you who aren't familiar with old Blood Angels, the Sanguinary Priest kit, I believe got released around 6th edition, maybe 7th edition. They introduced this new clamshell plastic kit, and it's fabulous, is essentially all I would say about it. I think the old Sanguinary Priest model does such a good job of capturing the overall kind of essence of the Blood Angels, but also, you know, the kind of regal nature of the Blood Angels, but also the kind of function of apothecary. And I think in so many ways, the old Firstborn Sanguinary Priest miniature is, you know, one of the nicer, if not nicest, although probably not, Blood Angel sculpts out there. I genuinely feel like the old Sanguinary Priest is you know, a 100% win. I think it's a great kit. This looks like a run-of-the-mill Space Marine apothecary with a couple extra bits chucked on him. And it doesn't really embody anywhere near the kind of status and, you know, the kind of pomp and circumstance of the role of a Sanguinary Priest. So I think that's my only thing. I think the last Sanguinary Priest model was so I think it was so good that this just falls short because it's just a bit too generic and also a bit too busy at the same time. Got a lot of stuff going on it. So
he's got a lot of things dangling from his chest and torso. But no, I agree with you. It's a very generic, and not say it's a bad thing, it's a very generic model. It's very cool. Part of me would be like, oh, cool, I could use him in my army, because if you clip off the chalice and you remove the little chalice that's embossed on his leg, and I guess the Blood Angel symbol that's probably on his pauldron, like, he's kind of just looks like anyone else. And I think, and I don't know if that was like a deliberate choice that they want him to be a bit more, you know, universally used. Like, he's got like a bit of cloak, and I don't know if it's even a tabard, but he's got like some cloak elements to him. So you could be like, oh, cool, he could be suitable for Black Templars quite easily, just with a different paint job. But before, he had like this massive, like, kind of tabard on him that just dominated the model, that made it, as you say, a bit more regal, and, you know, hit home that he was very different from a normal apothecary. And I think my real criticism is the chalice, which is sort of the most iconic element of a Sanguinary Priest, is barely noticeable on the model because it's sort of just dangling from his arm. He's like, I sort of wish he was holding it, not to replicate the original pose, but just to emphasize that it's there and to make a point of it. That would be really cool. And because it's not doing that, it unfortunately makes it look a bit more generic. But I sort of feel like they've probably done that to make to allow you to have two different poses, because it's like, well, we can't have him just holding it because then it doesn't really work for like another pose maybe. So we'll have it dangling down on both. And yeah, unfortunately, the flexibility of having those two poses probably makes the model slightly less special if they'd just gone for one pose.
Yeah, I agree. It's just something about it just doesn't quite... It's very busy, I think, is the main thing. Like you say, like it's the layers of tat that it has, on itself. Like if you look at the generic Space Marine Apothecary, it also has quite a lot of gubbins, but there's a real kind of like there's a real kind of weight and kind of presence to that Apothecary miniature that almost all the stuff that's kind of chucked on it isn't too cluttered because the overall kind of silhouette and stuff is very strong. This one, it just feels like weirdly, there's just a few too many bits on it, which is weird because the other Apothecary is definitely guilty of the same thing, but somehow feels, just with the way it's posed and positioned, much less so. Long story short is I hate to say it, but I think this again is one of those things where GW photography, paint jobs, and miniature design now is creating a situation where a lot of their stuff isn't quite as photogenic, at least in terms of the way that they're doing it. But when you see it in reality, it's quite impressive. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I don't hate it, but it's a long way from where they were. And I feel like now that they've moved into a situation where the Apothecary miniature for Blood Angels is kind of very well established as basically being the same as a regular Apothecary plus a chalice, I probably just look at using the regular Apothecary miniature and, because I just think it's a better sculpt, a better pose, etc. So, yeah, it's fine, but it's not great, I would say. Probably a middle-of-the-road 5 out of 10 for that Sanguinary Priest, I'd say.
Harsh, I would say. I mean, it's good, but I can see... it's not quite as special as maybe Blood Angel players would want, but I sort of feel like that is maybe the tone of this release in general. Like if you look at the Death Company and what they've done with that, everything's been toned down slightly. So, maybe you could argue that this slightly more, let's say, modest Sanguinary Priest fits in better with the Primaris range as a whole.
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It seems like with the Primaris range is that we're essentially now almost pulling back some of the older, more kind of Baroque elements. It's much more about functionality and form over the kind of over-the-top elements. So, yeah, I think fair enough, but at the same time, it's interesting. The other thing just to mention is the new Captain miniature. I mean, a Captain miniature is a Captain miniature is a Captain miniature. He has a cape, which is cool, has various weapon loadouts, which is cool. It's very evident that this is referential to the classic Warhammer 40,000 artwork of the Blood Angel Captain adorned in gold armor, and that is obviously denoted with the alternate color scheme where you see them in more of a bronzy gold than a gold, but gold all the same. Again, I think in that gold scheme, there's definitely something quite lovely about it, and I think it obviously channels some of the Captain Tycho elements, which is really cool to see. Again, I'm just going to put this down to a GW paint job because that first image of the very red fella wielding an Inferno pistol and a Astartes chainsword with his bone cape and all the sort of detailing, and then his very cleanly painted face and miraculous hair, etc. There's just something quite flat and uninteresting about this photo, but I refuse to believe that this miniature is bad because of the kind of elements of it. I think when we see this being painted by people and being displayed on tabletops, I think it will be a very impressive Captain miniature. I just think this is a victim of very bad photography.
I think that's a bit harsh. I mean, I think you might be right. You could say it looks flat like a sort of classic, metal miniature because that's how the moulding process was. And I think you're right, but think it actually gives it a really strong silhouette. So I quite like the pose. And I think when you see it in person, it will look a bit more dynamic.
100%. And it's not that I don't like the pose. I just think there's something about this paint job and this photography that it's just sort of something about it isn't, and the two-dimensional representation of it. I just think I think this is one of those ones that when I see it in reality, I'm pretty confident I'm going to like it. It just, this is just a bad promotional shot, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I think yeah.
I mean, you don't have to agree with me if you disagree with me, mate. I'm going to say I think I maybe am being a bit too harsh on it, but I think I quite like the Power Fist variant. I think that looks kind of cool with the helmet as well.
I like the Tycho version where he's like in the gold with the death mask. I think that's super cool. I really like that. I'm a big fan of the Tycho version. I think that is the one, right? Like that has to be what you're doing, surely. Yeah, I mean, if I was a Blood Angel person, yes. I mean, here's the thing. I could see myself getting this mini and converting it up for my Minotaurs, because like I said, sculpted torsos, very Spartan-esque and Greek. It would fit right in there. And to me, it's almost like it sort of feels quite generic because I'm looking at it through that lens. Maybe other people would be like, well, it's obviously a Blood Angel's mini because it's got the sculpted torso and it's got the teardrops everywhere. Not teardrops, blood drops. But, it doesn't seem super Blood Angels, even though it's got all the elements of Blood Angels. And I don't know necessarily how they could have made it more Blood Angels unless he was like bearing some teeth and looking a bit more vampirish. But as you say, maybe it's just the general toned down Primarisness of these models, that they're not quite as overly embellished as their firstborn forebearers. But yeah, it's all right. It's pretty good. It's not like he's not a named character. He's sort of a good generic mini, I would say.
I suppose the question is given that there is a pretty robust captain kit that exists already,
that probably has more weapon options.
I think it has it wouldn't have the Inferno pistol. That's
true.
Exclusive to this one. I mean, Black Templar's got their own marshal, so fair enough. Dark Angels also have their own captain because Lazarus doubles up as a Primaris captain. Space Wolves
isn't he meant to be a lieutenant though, or is he meant to be Lazarus? Yeah.
So Lazarus is a captain, but the kit is also capable of building an additional captain.
Okay.
So there is that option, and then, as I say, Space Wolves haven't really got one yet. But it makes sense that they do a unique Blood Angel captain. But it is one of those things where it's like, I feel like I would much rather be looking at a new Sanguinor sculpt right now than a new captain sculpt. It's like you have captains. That is a miniature that you facilitate. There's at least been 3 generic Space Marine captain sculpts since the introduction of Primaris. Did I need a Blood Angel captain when I prefer to see, a Sanguinor?
I mean, you may still well get that. There is still time.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Sanguinor and Sanguinary Guard still might come. But yeah, to your point, I guess, if, Space Wolves, Dark Angels, the big named ones all have sort of a very unique spin on them outside of the normal Space Marine, Codex Society. So I could see why they deserve a bit more special treatment and given, unique minis. It's interesting because obviously this is a shift in direction change from Games Workshop, whereas previously Primaris, everything originally was all generic. And then they were like, cool, here's like maybe a named character or at least a named lieutenant that doubles up as a sort of generic character that's flavored towards your unique chapter. but now they're finally going, cool, no, actually, we're going to double up on kit. So yeah, there's going to be a Blood Angels captain, there's going to be a Dark Angels captain, and you go, so the creep of the Space Marine range is going to start happening because they want to do these, unique elements for the chapters, which, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing it, but it obviously does lead to model bloat in the grand scheme of if you looked at all Space Marines together, right? There's a bit of duplication there, but I think it leans into the flavor of the armies that people like. It's like people don't want just a red captain, generic captain, and call it Blood Angels. They want all those extra elements on it to make it feel like it's part of that. So I think that is a good direction to go in.
Oh, totally. And if I do ever get this kit, it's totally going into the gold variant. I think that's going to look really nice. So yeah, as I say, genuinely, I just think it's weird. Every time I look at this, I just think this model probably is amazing in person. I genuinely believe that. I just don't think this... it's just one of those examples where Games Workshop and Heavy Metal are so good at what they do now in terms of producing these amazing high painting and photography standards. It's almost like tiptoed over into it's almost too good, to the point that it's almost, I don't know, there's something about the way that they paint at the moment, and certainly when it comes to faces and stuff, it almost sort of robs it of some of its charm. Again, there's something about some of the old jankier paint schemes, or rather going back to when there was a Forge World, going back and looking at those types of schemes. I don't know, there was just something a bit more sort of real about them, whereas this just looks, it doesn't look real.
Interesting. I mean, what's interesting about the red version is it feels much more like a sort of second edition red color scheme, which has got a lot more orange in the highlights, whereas more recent ones have been more like a sort of a starker, I don't want to say more solid red, if you know what I mean. Less of the orange and pinky tones to it, and more like red. So yeah, I quite like that shift in color palette slightly.
Oh mate, yeah, I'm there for it. I think the thing is, it's almost like, because obviously Primaris minis are so much bigger than old Space Marines, and there's a lot of areas of these big red surfaces. It's just like, oh, that's a lot of red. Is probably where it's coming from. But yeah, look, that was Blood Angels. Good thing that we came back and talked about those last bits. Probably more to come with reveals and stuff on the horizon. So yeah, exciting times for Blood Angels players. Hopefully you enjoyed our summary of what's out there, and you're looking forward to adding these to your own Blood Angel collections. I'm on the fence, Phil. I don't know whether or not I'm actually going to buy that Death Company box set or not. I'm my own worst enemy. I probably will end up buying it. Because
it can go in the old Dan shop to be gifted away to a visiting friend.
Indeed. And in closing, apologies. I've literally in the last 10 minutes gotten a frog in my throat, and I've been trying my best to deal with it in a kind of a secret manner, but I've failed. So apologies for all the spluttering over the last 10 minutes. For some reason, I just can't stop being sick at the moment. Anyway, that's that. Phil, any more?
No, not at all. Farewell, Space Vampires, for this week, and we'll see you again next time.
We sure will. Transitional noise. All right, hello, by crikey. We're going to talk about Age of Sigmar, specifically Phil's adventures at Warhammer World. Isn't that right, Phil?
I did. And adventures I did have.
An exciting time for he, Richie, Tom, and some new geezer that I haven't vetted, so I won't utter their name here. But it sounds like he was a lovely lad.
Yes, Lorenzo, his name. Yeah, lovely chap. Yeah, I think he even listened to a couple of episodes of our podcast and said it was really good. So, he's got to be nice. He's a fan of the show.
All is forgiven, Lorenzo. There we go. I look forward to embracing you in the future, at a future Warhammer World or other such event. You wonderful human being, you. I heard, not to spoil it, but I heard he got quite a lot of favourite game votes, actually.
He did, yeah, he did really well. He got, it was like 3 or 4, and then he got 3 or 4, one of the others. He got a 3 and a 4, I think, of favourite game and favourite army votes. Right. He did very well with those, but sadly didn't win any of his games. But it was his first ever time at an event. So, and he is much like Tim, a very sort of fun gamer, let's say, without taking it too seriously. So I guess a lot of learning curves, for everyone when it comes to AOS 4, but just competitive gaming. Not that it was actually competitive, it was just, but, tournament style gaming or event gaming, whatever it's described as. Yeah, there's lots to take on. So, yeah, I think he took to it very well.
Well, last I had a conversation with Tim on this topic, which wasn't that long ago. He was invested in the notion that he was actually going to try hard. And by try hard, I don't mean be like a try hard, but I just mean that he was actually making a lot of effort to try and actually be able to play the army and game with a level of competency that he maybe wasn't quite bringing to the tabletop in years past.
Yeah, fair. No, he definitely made, I think, himself a little cheat sheet, and I saw a few other gamers that had done that, where they had basically structured an A4 piece of paper with every single phase and all the actions and abilities that they can do in that phase for their army, so, they're not forgetting stuff, which is quite a handy thing to do, I think, actually. Yeah,
no, I think he's gone about it the right way. And I mean, again, he's still playing Magikin of Nurgle, which are, according to the commentators on the internet, one of the weaker armies, but I don't necessarily believe that. I feel like, just to address that elephant in the room, and again, obviously this is being recorded on the 29th of July, a bit of time between now and, when it comes out, so take it with a pinch of salt. But basically, I think there's a lot of illustrations, demonstrations of the online discourse around tabletop wargaming, specifically new editions like Age of Sigmar, showing some of the disconnects between the people who comment about this stuff on the internet and the people who are out there actually playing and engaging with it and actually getting a proper kind of grasp, understanding how the rules work. Because there's definitely been a lot of stuff said very early on that isn't necessarily fully manifesting on the tabletop as badly as some people assert it was. And I suppose manifestations or endless spells specifically are one such example of that. I've had a lot of people talk a lot about the impact of endless spells on the game, and they have definitely made a change to it, but there seems to be this ongoing assertion that you're just guaranteed to get them all the time. Like, I was listening to someone talking about it, and they seem to just assert that, every time they wanted it, they got it. Like, they'd never rolled a double one in their lives. I'm just like, it's just like, in my experience, it's not so guaranteed. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that.
That is true. I mean, at the weekend, I had a Kronspine. My last opponent had a Kronspine. Gloomspite Gitz had like a weird mushroom endless spell. Yep. A Luminef player had a couple of endless spells that he was never able to summon because he constantly, and Luminef are really good at spellcasting, by the way. But he, because they get pluses to cast and all sorts. But he failed his cast the first time. The second time I dispelled it. And then I don't know if he attempted again or he just never manifested it. It just never happened, basically. And I think that was the only times, no one else, I don't think, had any endless spells. It was mostly me and my Conspine, basically, in the games that I was in. And even then, sometimes I got it off because I gave myself a plus to cast, but other times it just didn't happen because, you got to roll an 8 for the Kronspine. It's not easy to go off even with a +1, so it's not guaranteed. You say you can just roll low and have those days. So, overall, didn't see much in the way of loads of people taking manifestations. Admittedly, it's not meant to be a competitive event. It's meant to be a bit more casual. But I think if people wanted to take them, they could have. And, I don't think I particularly saw tons around. So maybe... I think it's one of those things as an early reaction. Yes, they look like they could be problematic. But either maybe people aren't taking them, people don't own them because they're actually really difficult to get hold of, or you don't want to buy a big box of all of them. You might just want a particular one. So I think probably sub-faction specific manifestations are going to be more popular than the generic ones. But also to really lean into it, you need to take loads of wizards, and most people only have one or two. And you also want to cast other stuff as well that might be more important than just a generic thing that's going to move around and have some wounds and soak up some points. And, do you know what? No one once killed my Conspine, but do you know what they did? They just killed my wizard, and then it disappeared. That is pretty easy to deal with that way.
Is that how it works now with manifestations?
Yeah.
I feel like I keep making this mistake. I've not so I've been playing it that way, but then I was convinced that I was wrong. So it's nice to hear you reassuring me.
It's true. And quite a few of my opponents were like, "Oh, I'm so glad," because the Conspine suddenly disappeared, often before it even got to attacking combat, which was sometimes my mistake in terms of the allocation of priority of who I'm attacking with first. But as soon as the wizard that casts it dies, the manifestation disappears as well.
That makes sense. I feel like a good thing if they were like I really liked how they worked in 3rd edition, where they just cost points. Like it feels like a very easy way of dealing with it, right? Just make them cost points.
Well, because then you can balance them, right? Whereas now there's no balancing mechanic to them because they're just free and everyone. But I guess the argument is everyone can take them, maybe. But if the faction-specific ones are better than the generic ones, then that could be problematic. I would say points is probably the best way to go. If they were really problematic, the only solution I can think of, which is what I thought it was originally, is you, rather than picking a manifestation law and a spell law, you just get to pick one. So you can't have your faction spells and a manifestation. And then I think most people, unless your manifestation is super amazing, you're going to pick your spell law. So that will, I think, would curtail them if needed. Maybe they would, I don't know, like no one even tried to banish it, right? So I don't know. People just seem to be happy to just get stuck into combat with it. Or, maybe I was up against people that didn't have wizards. No, they did. But they just never thought about banishing it for some reason.
Just never occurred to them.
Yeah, maybe. Well, they're just too busy trying to do their own spells instead, I think. And like I said, they'd just be like, I killed a wizard. Because I often, maybe this was my mistake, I cast with Reiklanor because he can get +1 to cast. So it makes it easier for him to cast. But he's also quite a combat monster, so I always charge him in as well. So he can be sort of picked off quite easily. Whereas if I did it with the Lantern guy, who tends to be a bit more hanging back with a bunch of other bodies, maybe the Conspine would survive longer technically and then be a bit harder to deal with. So maybe that's my mistake in those games.
I think that's the thing, though. I think I think making them cost points would be smart. I think maybe removing them altogether for the time being, if they are being a problem.
It's modular, so I guess they can do, right?
Yeah, they can just say that module's gone, so don't use it for the time being. Equally, they could make it damaging to the opponent for it. So say, for example, if someone was to banish one of your endless spells, maybe the caster of that endless spell takes D3 damage, or if it was that, they killed it in combat, which is more difficult to do theoretically than just banishing it. Maybe if they killed it in combat, you take D3 plus 3 damage or something to represent. And again, give those armies that are fighty but don't have any wizards an option for trying to sort of deal with the problem that's in front of them, but having a net benefit of potentially killing the source of it, which I think then also, because then maybe you wouldn't be so frivolous with them, throwing them out as you are, or as people are. I mean, I've been using them, but I've not found them devastatingly powerful myself. But then I haven't actually been using the Purple Sun Gravetide version. That's apparently the most difficult or most powerful of them. So yeah, maybe I just need to lean into that a bit more and see what that's all about, and maybe that's when I'll start to experience the more juicy side of endless spells.
So that's why you were building your purple sun when I saw you earlier.
Well, no, I literally, I'm just going through building them all at the minute. I mean, I haven't got bronze.
It's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence.
Well, no, genuinely. So, I've got a game scheduled for tomorrow. I'm still going to use the Jaws and the Life, whatever it's called, the Primal Energies one or whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
Just because I've got that full set assembled already.
Yeah, I mean the Jaws of Galette look pretty good actually. It does. Was it 46 attacks or something ridiculous?
It's got 10 attacks on the charge, and then 10 attacks. And then it's also got roll 10d6 each 5+ results.
That's it. Yeah, I knew it was rolling a bunch of dice.
Yes, yeah. It's strong. And you can't banish it either.
Can't you?
No, it just takes 6 damage.
That's interesting. Yeah, because at one point I realised, there's no control score on the war scrolls for them, so they obviously can't contest objectives, and that's where the banishment symbol normally is, like the value.
There are some instances, by the way, where the banish cost is different from the summoning cost.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's interesting. So sometimes it might be easier to banish or harder to banish, which I think is fair. I think it should be sometimes harder to banish than it is to summon. I like that idea.
I think, but look, overall, I definitely think there's been a lot of conversation online around the things which is good and the things which is bad. But obviously by going out there and playing the game, I mean, Phil, you've gone from 0 to 100, right? Like when we last spoke about this, you had played 0 games. Now you've played 7. So, I mean, hot take before we get into the event itself. How are you finding it? Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I would say I've enjoyed all my games, even the ones I lost.
The few.
The few that I lost, one was against Richard in my test game. It was against Slaves to Darkness. Really sort of difficult matchup, I think, for my army. And, again, other games in the tournament as well, which we'll get into in a minute. I think there was more sort of, and it could just be, the power level of my army's gone up. So it's sort of, the game's been more fun from that point of view, but it feels like there's less moments where I'm salty about really like busted mechanics where models would just get instantly removed or taken out of the game that was sort of beyond my control. That happened in 3rd edition, whether that's like some kind of monstrous rampage that you were doing on one of my heroes and you just rolled enough dice to just instantly kill him, even though it was my turn and I had charged at you, or maybe Richard had, stolen one of my spells and turned it on me and again just rolled well and it instantly killed one of my models. Oh, because it was that with the Purple Sun? I think it was with the Purple Sun when we played testing. He just rolled, the dice that needed to kill my thing, and he did it, and it was on my character. It's like, oh, great. There's always been moments like that, or, even against playing Tim's old McGocken, just been like a real uphill battle with like tons of mortal wounds and stuff, and it gets a bit oppressive after a while. All of that's gone. It's just a lot more streamlined. Everyone's got sort of flavorful and interesting mechanics. Some other stuff you go, oh god, they've got a lot of stuff that can do things like, obviously not ignore rend, which I think is most people's bugbears, and they had that in the last game. But I went up against a Luminef army, and one of their spells does the same thing, so they can have ignores rend on their units, and that feels a bit oppressive sometimes. But it was fine, and the games were good. I don't know if it's just my army, but I felt like I could play the battle tactics quite well. Which I think helped in a lot of the games. I loved the reaction mechanics. That feels really good. There were definitely instances where I think from a rules point of view is there some odd interactions and it's hard to find where the answer is in the rules because it might not be where you first think it is. It's sometimes like in like it's not in the core rules, but it's in the advanced rules and which section is it in within. So there was an interesting thing in my game with Richard where I had charged in and I gave that unit strike last. His commander countercharged, and his commander activated. And then when he activates, he gets to pick another unit to activate as well. And he activated the unit that can strike, that was given strike last. And I was like, can you do that? Because it's got strike last. And he was like, well, there's nothing on the ability that said you can't. However, if we had looked in the rules, I think it's under like advanced rules, under strike first, strike last. It does specifically say that units that you can then pick, which is what he was doing, you can't if they have strike last. It has to be an eligible unit. And I feel like if the wording had specifically said pick an eligible unit rather than just pick a unit to fight, that would have made us question, yeah, probably can't do it, but let's double check. But the way some of the abilities are written is you need to be really on it with the core rules of the game and look at the keywords to know what that ability does. If you just look at it as an ability and go, well, of course I can do it because it's an ability, you might be wrong, because there's these back end interactions that are happening because the rules are so modular. You do need to be aware of some of those like nuanced mechanics. And I think that's just a process of the learning curve of these things. And, you know, as we go through it, you pick them up and then you've learnt it because, you know, you have that experience once and then you've got it set in the back of your head as to how it works going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's all new edition stuff, though, isn't it? It's funny, actually, because, Richie did actually take the time to apologise to me for that one because he did get me with that when we were playing the other day.
Did it to you too, eh?
He did, yeah, he did. Except I didn't have the gumption, because, one doesn't normally question Richie on the rules because he's usually so very dialed in.
Well, no, here's the thing. I questioned him. He said, no, I can do it. And I said, okay. And he did it in the game. And then he checked it later and then apologized to me like the next day, I think, where he was like, oh, actually, I double checked and I can't do it. Sorry. So, good on him.
There it is. There it is.
But I think it was that thing where we had looked in, we weirdly didn't look at the strike first, strike last, but we looked up the fight sequence. That was it in the core rules. And we couldn't see anything there that would say that you couldn't do it. But it was specifically under the advanced rules where it talks about striking first and last, and it was like a little paragraph. And there are little nuances like that. Like there was... so the other thing we discovered is you can't, if you use a command ability such as a counter charge, you then can't use the other command ability to re-roll that charge roll because one unit can't have two command abilities in the same phase. But you would assume you could because commands abilities are also abilities, and abilities can be done multiple times on a unit, but just not the same one. And it's literally like a tiny little line hidden away either in the quick start guide or somewhere else, who knows where in the rules, where it says you can't. And it's like, oh, okay. I sort of wish they would sometimes make those things clear on the abilities or make it clearer in the rules by repeating it in several places where it would be pertinent. So those things are easier to find. But like I said, once you found it and you've learned it, it's fine. But some things are quite easy to miss, I think.
I suppose this is the thing, isn't it? It's almost like, as with all these rule sets, everything, things could definitely be easier to find, but then things are notoriously most difficult to find when you need to find them. For everyone who's lost their car keys, it is a frustrating and challenging experience. But yeah, that's the thing with it, isn't it? It's like it's hard to find these rules when you need them, but it's very good that, in my experience anyway, 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, the rule is in there or that has been thought about and addressed. It's just that it's not immediately obvious where it is, and then upon further review, you discover that, oh, yeah, no, it's in there and they've thought about it and they've clarified it. And the ruling is sensible 9 times out of 10 as well. It's like, ultimately, the conclusion that you came to makes sense. It's a good, sensible rule. It just wasn't immediately accessible to you in that moment. But, 'tis what it is.
Yeah, that does happen. And there was a couple mistakes I'd made during the course of the event and realised afterwards, or from a more knowledgeable opponent, that wasn't possible. Because I remember at one point I countercharged with the Kronspine because it specifically says manifestations can do attack abilities, and the countercharge has the attack keyword. So I was like, well, of course I could do it. But actually, it's a command ability, and command abilities are not abilities. And there's another rule somewhere I think it's not explicitly said, but it's in an FAQ that does explicitly say that they can't have command abilities put on them. So I'm like, okay, right. So apologize to my opponent, who I did that to in one of those games. But again, easy mistakes to make because there is a lot of these little tiny nuances in the rules, and there's more of a distinction between abilities and command abilities than one just cost points, which is what you initially think when you first read the rules.
Yeah, but again, with experience, I mean, obviously there's a lot of 3rd edition that we're attempting to forget at the moment, and there's a lot of 4th edition that we're attempting to learn. So, yeah, once you start to kind of add all of the elements together, it definitely adds up to being a more complex process than it might otherwise be. I think these transitional editions where, you know, it's not a complete rules rewrite are always interesting because, yeah, there's so much of what was there before that will linger with you for a while. But yeah, no, cool, man. Well, I'm glad you really enjoyed it, though. I mean, again, obviously it doesn't hurt that your army's had something of a glow up from an actual on tabletop perspective. I mean, it seems like the Night Haunts are greatly improved versus where they were before.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, I'm sure it's not just my prowess as a player that has improved dramatically, but I think, yeah, they are a lot better. Some of the units have got a couple of extra wounds, like the Hex Wraiths. Some of the, you know, the army-wide ability, like, well, it's not an army-wide, it's a battle formation that I picked, which is advance and charge, and fall back and charge is very strong because it just allows your army to get all over the board. And obviously, so Hex Wraiths before could double move, which was great. They had loads of maneuverability, but they couldn't charge when they did that. Whereas now everything has just a lot more maneuverability than previously, which is really nice. And it's like, I love that to the point where I wouldn't want that to go, even though I know it's quite strong. So I don't know how they would tone that down if they weren't taking that away, potentially. So yeah, it would be interesting to see. And I think overall, yeah, I mean, I'm obviously playing with lots of different units. So, you know, shout out to your friend Sam, who allowed me to borrow some of his models, basically because the Kronspine is now free. So I was down 500 points. Legends weren't allowed, so my Headsman Curse unit I couldn't take, which was 150 points. So yeah, I had quite a fair hole to fill, basically. And yeah, luckily Sam's lovely painted Nighthawk looked very similar to mine. So yeah, I took 3 units basically to fill in that role, which was pretty good. And it was nice to play with those different units I haven't had a chance to play with.
Yeah, I'm going to stick his Instagram into the description of this episode. And we'll probably make a better effort to shout him out. We may even just force in an Instagram shout-out section just to put him over a bit because the lad's great. Like I've got a lot of time for Sam. He's a really wonderful human being. One of my newer associates, one of the members of the Egham Tabletop Society, and yeah, just really, really top guy. Really amazing painter. Paints things to a very good standard, but also churns things out very, very quickly. And yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised, Phil, when you know, we were trying to search for a solution to your problem, and Sam rocks up to the club with a with a boatload of Nighthawks that, when I looked at, went, they don't look dramatically different from Phil's Nighthawks. And you know, I mean, obviously Sam has met you just the once. But again, twice, once at yours and then once at the Salute. Oh yes, of course, yeah, we saw each other at Salute, didn't we? But yeah, so you know, Sam's met you a couple of times, but yeah, credit where credit's due to the guy. I mean, willing to share his miniatures with someone who,
a complete stranger.
Yeah, who I'm basically vouching for. But yeah,
I've looked after them despite their fragile nature. I have not broken any or lost any. They are being returned to you via Richard. So thank you, Richard, for transport of the models as well. Yeah, they are so fiddly to move around because the Grimghast Reapers have these little scythes that just attach to any other model within a hair's breadth of it, and they just like cling together. It's yeah, but they're quite annoying models to play with in that respect, in terms of physically moving around the table. But yeah, they're pretty good on the tabletop, so I can't complain.
Amazing. But yeah, cheers, Sam. You're a ledge.
Thank you very
Crown
much.
_ painting _ crown as in CROWN _ painting _ link in the description. Go check him out. He's a good egg. Right, okay, so the first Warhammer World, not the first Warhammer, as in official Games Workshop Warhammer Age of Sigmar event. They actually did one the weekend before, didn't they? In the Americas, the first of their bigger ones. But this is the first one, to the best of our knowledge, that has been hosted at Warhammer World. Although they may have done.
No, it is. They announced it at the beginning. Like it's the first one here.
Fantastic. So that's the first one. It was a Throne of Skulls, so it's very much the soft play area of tournament gaming. Which, if I'm honest, again, I will say this again, although it is pitched as being a more friendly, more casual gaming experience, it's definitely not the friendliest, in the sense that one of the key elements of it is the popularity contest that they do at the end. And I do still assert that individuals that don't get favourite game votes at the end of that weekend can understandably be quite upset and, diminished by that whole situation, because effectively the winner of the event is by all accounts the most popular person in the room, which is, it's almost like basically like having a sort of like snap election, and then you have to go to 5 one-on-one debates, and then you have to be the most memorable, most charismatic person from the day. And then because you're charismatic, lovely, and can paint a nice-looking army, basically because you are, gifted with social skills and artistic ability, they give you a prize. So it's a weird vibe in some regards.
Yeah, no, I share that. And obviously, I think we've all experienced that when we've gone to those events where we get one or none favourite game votes, and you're like, oh, why is that? Is it me? Is it the games we had? Is it because, you lost? Is it because you won? We've discussed it ad nauseum, almost to the point where I sort of feel like to get a favourite game vote, there's this Venn diagram of things you need to have. One, you need probably a great looking army, even though there are favourite army votes as well. But I feel like that does contribute to the best player, your favourite player award. You've got to, I think, just be a nice sociable person in general. But also you probably have to either lose your game or win, but it be a very close and sort of even match where it sort of goes down to the very end, which isn't something you can at all plan for. But because I feel like if you just completely smash your opponent, you're probably not going to get a favourite game vote, no matter how nice you are to them. With the exception, I think, of if you're playing another competitive person, they might understand that is just the game and how it plays sometimes, or that it's a bad matchup and that it's sort of beyond both your control, in which case maybe you would if you just generally have a nice time. But I think that in itself is also very hard to do, I think. So yeah, it's, because I've always liked the favourite game votes to an extent, but the weighting sometimes feels a bit off. Because if it's just pure competitiveness, I can see the intent behind it, but I sort of feel like it might encourage the wrong mindset to the games. So having some kind of soft scores, I think, is quite good. But yeah, I think the person that won overall in this format had, I think, won, I want to say 3 of their games. Maybe 2. I think it was 3 because Tim had actually played him. His army was amazingly converted. It was Gloomspite Gits with a Western themed. His Loon Shrine was a saloon that had a speaker that was meant to be able to play Western music, but was currently broken when I went and saw Tim play. All his models were converted to have like Western hats and stuff like that. It was a hilariously themed army. How could you not love it? It got into the cabinet, and I think it also won the judge's favourite award in the cabinet as well. So he took all the awards of the weekend, basically. And I think obviously having such a fun army like that, probably leaves a good impression on you regardless. So yeah, he got lots of favourite game and favourite army votes for that reason. So, well played to him in that respect.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I always find that Throne of Skulls, the overall winner result is usually given to someone in that 3-2 ratio because you need a few game points, but it mostly comes down to the favorite opponent, favorite army votes, which is interesting because you would think as a result of that, you would divorce yourself from caring about the results of the games and just play them for what they are. But it's intriguing because losses seem to be, hard felt in, that community. Like, I feel like I find that more people are kind of butthurt about losing in Throne of Skull tournaments than any other format that you play. Like, I feel like when you're playing like actual hardcore proper tournament gaming where it's like two people really trying to win, I feel like they're actually less bothered about losing than some of the people that are apparently there to have fun, casual fun times. I
mean, maybe it's because you're like, oh my God, I lost to that list. Like, oh, they're not tryhards, so therefore it's worse when you lose against them. Whereas when you're at an event and someone's got a really filthy list, you could be like, oh God, I lost, but, not much I could do about it. Like, my list wasn't as optimized or whatever. So, for example, in the overall ranking out of our group, so Tim, Richard, Lorenzo, me, Lorenzo ranked the highest out of all of us because even though he lost all of his games and all of us had won at least one, and we can go through those results at the end. But because he just got more favourite, and admittedly his army was beautifully painted. I was gutted on his behalf that he didn't get in the cabinet. I really thought he should have, and no bias here. Well, slightly biased because he's someone that I met, and he's Tim's friend. But I thought his army was painted to a better standard than some of the ones that did go into the cabinet. Some in there were beautiful, but some I thought they're nice, but not that great. But I think there was quite a few Gloomspike ones in there already. So maybe out of those, he didn't, make the cut, unfortunately, but I thought his was really good and should have been in there basically.
That's fair enough. I mean, again, wild to think that you can place highest, and having only none of the games, which is, wild, absolutely wild. But again, it speaks to some of the absurdity of the system, I suppose. And remind me, Phil, they definitely weren't operating the best overall general award for this as well. So the person who actually got the most score, because typically at Throne of Skulls, they also, as a kind of token extra, acknowledge the overall winner. Well, sorry, the best general.
I don't know if they always did. I remember they did at the campaign weekend, and the campaign weekend did that, and it also had the best faction.
Which was very odd
awards. But they didn't do either of those here, which I guess makes sense. But they had first, second, third for the main, scores. Which included the, basically your wins, your favourite game, favourite army votes, and then they had, I think, first, second, third for the best painted, and also the judges vote as well for the best painted as well. So they had quite a lot, effectively more painting votes than gaming. Sorry, more painting awards than gaming awards. Which was, which I don't mind necessarily. I kind of miss the old days where you could enter in individual units yourself into the cabinet, like you had years ago. You could do like, best unit, best hero, best monster, something like that, and everyone could have a chance to enter something in. I thought I miss those days, but for whatever reason, they don't do those anymore, unfortunately, because I thought they were great ones that we could all have a chance to win. I thought that was a lot more of a fairer way of, rather than, because actually the best army ones are just judged by staff picks, and then it's nominated, and then so they effectively nominate the armies that go in the cabinet, and then they're voted on by all the players, and then the judges also get to pick their own as well. Whereas the cabinet ones, you could always enter in a model yourself, and then it's just down to the player votes, which I thought was, there's a lower barrier to entry to win one of those awards than the army awards.
Yeah, I just feel like when it came to all of that kind of self-submission into the cabinet, it just feels like they've just got to a place where they didn't like the logistics and they didn't like the way that everyone between games 2 and 3, or typically between
1 and 2 at
and
lunchtime.
2,
yeah,
how everyone had to like swarm the cabinet to get their stuff to then come back. It created a real...
Maybe it just slows the second game down, basically, which is understandable.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, I agree with you. More opportunities to be kind of recognised and, praised for your work is really cool. But I also understand why they chose to focus on the kind of big overall thing. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people didn't really get into the spirit of the competition when it came to the individual model stuff. A lot of people did, but a lot of people just turned up with stuff that wasn't even in their armies and just went, here's this, beautiful figure that I've expertly painted that has nothing to do with the Blood Angel army I'm playing. I've put it in the cabinet, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yes, that's definitely happened once or twice at past events. And yeah, maybe that's harder to police, I guess. So maybe they've gone, well, if we're picking your armies, we know it's your army, right? You're not swapping anything in or out for those, because that's what we've seen on the table. So that makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But fine. So overall, a couple of things probably worth shouting out for Warhammer World when it comes to Age of Sigmar events. Terrain for Age of Sigmar at Warhammer World is pretty ruddy, bloody brilliant, right? They've really put their A game into the terrain situation on Warhammer World boards. I assume they maintain that level.
Yeah, still the same ones. Really good. Every table has relatively unique terrain. Some more unique than others and custom built stuff. Some of it is just the nice kits, nicely based and stuff like that. Every table has a little guide on what each one does. So whether it's a place of power, which you can, do an action and you can get pluses to your casting roll, which is probably the most key piece of terrain feature, I would say. Some have impassable terrain. Some have, it's unstable, so you can't put models on the top floor. Some are obscuring, so they block shooting, which again is sometimes quite relevant. But for most people, they're just inconvenient things that you got to move around, except for my army, and I just whiz over them and I don't care whatsoever. So for me, it was all about that juicy place of power, or, I didn't really care. But it is quite interesting. I think in all of our games, the defender gets to place the terrain and, the attacker gets to pick the sides, which I think is a nice, interesting balancing mechanic. Most of the time they kind of, either pre-laid out and you can just keep it, or you shuffle a few bits around, based on, what you want to do. So I think that was quite interesting. So yeah, really good, terrain that they put on. The event pack was very custom, which was really interesting. So all new missions, you weren't using the General's Handbook missions. You were using the General's Handbook battle tactics, but you specifically weren't using the faction specific, like the Grand Alliance, battle tactics, and you weren't using the season rules. So you weren't using the special kind of custom, regiment rules where you can apply a bonus to a unit in, your, warlord's, regiment. So you weren't doing any of those. The missions were mostly, a couple were a bit asymmetrical, but mostly sort of symmetrical in terms of like objective placements. Every single one had an underdog table that you would roll on, that the underdog would get to apply that turn. Some were completely pointless and didn't seem that great, especially depending on your matchups. Others were quite strong, where you were literally adding or removing objectives on the table. So some of them were quite swingy, depending on what you rolled. So that was really interesting. Some of the last one was a mad mission, which we can maybe talk about in a bit, which was very asymmetric and very, very odd. But sort of as a thematic friendly event, not a tournament, kind of makes sense. I think my one criticism is that they didn't give you that as a printed pack in any way. or on bits of card. So everyone either had to have printed off those missions, or most people just checked it on their phone, which normally I have high standards for Warhammer World events, and especially the AOS ones. Normally they would give you those printed if it was any other event. So that was my only surprise, I would say, and slight disappointment that they didn't give them to us, because it would have been just quite handy. Constantly scrolling through your phone to find where those missions are was a bit of a faff, I thought, personally.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you, that was one of the things that I was most disappointed about. Not the fact that they didn't give you printouts, but just the fact that we're 2 weeks into a new game, a new edition, new rules. I don't really think this is the time to start arbitrarily mucking around with it. And I understand that the Warhammer World team have varying objectives and they feel like they need to do things for the reasons they need to do. And maybe it is that they're testing missions for, other kind of campaign systems, or they want to see how this kind of more, as you highlighted, asymmetric gameplay impacts competitive play, and they want to sort of see that being trialed in a more casual environment. There could be 1,000,001 or maybe a handful reasons why they do it. But I feel like 2 weeks into a new game, just let us play the General's Handbook, for God's sakes. Like, right now, that's new. And we've all got it, and we're all figuring it out. Like, now is not the time. Just let's play the normal game, as it were.
I can understand that, and as you say, most of the people there hadn't played any games of Fourth before, or had only played 1 or 2 games, so we were quite new to it. So I could understand the logic of, well, let us just play the General's Handbook. However, we've got an entire year to play the General's Handbook, so
well, not if every time you turn up to one of these events, they're not going to use it.
Well, that is true, but if you're playing it, at your local hobby store or gaming club, you'll be playing it there, right? But if you mostly just play at these events, maybe you wouldn't get around to it. It's like I specifically bought the General's Handbook on the Friday, mostly for the Cronspine rules, because I just didn't want to be checking my phone constantly, but also the quick start guide at the back was quite good. As Richard has pointed out to us many a time over the last couple of days, there are no objective markers for AOS that you can get hold of, like legitimately from Games Workshop, unless you bought Skaven Tide from Games Workshop Direct and got the limited edition ones from there. So there were no like little tokens in this General's Handbook, which would have been nice for people that don't have them. I used my Pry Nexus objective markers, which are the same size, right size, didn't actually seem out of place on the table. And I use them in all my games, and everyone seemed to be okay with them. They weren't egregious like a club logo on some that I had seen on other tables, which I'm glad I didn't get to play with.
God, yeah.
Those. It fitted in quite well. It was very subtle as an objective marker goes, but very shiny, as people have said.
We're never doing Lookouts objective markers, because I just sort of fundamentally disagree with them.
If we did, they would be plain and transparent, or just have a really nice design on them. Do you know who has the best objective markers?
Honest Wargamer.
No, those are okay, but the best ones, the only person I saw at the event who had them is Matt, the designer of AOS, because he went to the American event last weekend and bought the Games Workshop official ones that you can buy
nice.
Only in America. So when we went to Warhammer Fest, there was the expensive 40k ones with some really nice designs on the neoprene mats. They have 2 versions in the Americas, being it Stormcast or Skaven. He had the Skaven ones, where they basically look like a terrain feature. So in the middle, representing the objective marker, is this warp stone coming out of the ground. And then you've got these like cracked, green light emitting from other bits of the earth around. They just looks amazing. And I said to him, where did you get those from? And he's like, oh, when I went to America. So I had a brief chat with him and sort of thanked him for doing such a good job, pretty much on your behalf, Dan, just to say thank you for not messing it up, because we all really liked 3rd edition. And he was like, well, we all really liked it as well. So we wanted to make sure we did a really good job. And had a little nice chat with him about some of the game mechanics, which I thought was quite, nice that he, because he was actually playing at the event, as well as Ben Johnson, and I think a guy called Jimbo, apparently, who Tim had played, who was one of the designers as well. So it's nice that they were all there taking part as well.
It's one of my favorite things about Age of Sigmar is the way that the creators, the designers of AOS are genuinely invested in the hobby and will, regularly appear at and, play games of Age of Sigmar, which is super cool to see. I actually think on the top of your objective markers, truthfully, because I've got some of these for the old 6-inch or 12-inch radiuses as they used to be, but I really like Deep Cut Studios' range of objective markers for AOS. I think they do some really
nice.
They've got some dodgier ones, but for the most part, they're very subtle. And if it is that you own one of their mats that use like the underlying theme, they fit into them really well.
Yeah, that's good.
So if you've got something that, like, if you buy like one of their ice mats and you buy the mountainy icy objective marker, it sits really naturally on it. It has a lot of like design features that makes it obvious, but obviously it's slightly elevated because you're going to put it on there as well. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of the Deep Cut Studio ones. I think they do a good job.
That's cool. Because Tim's criticism of the Honest Wargame ones that he had was they slide around a bit on the table, whereas my 40k ones have like a velvet back, so they stick down really well, but they are quite shiny, I would say, especially under the Warhammer World lights, which is quite bright. But other than that, I thought they were really good and enjoyed using them. And I was historically always a bit of a naysayer about these large table plate style objectives, especially in 4th edition or 40k when they just had loads of random logos on. But I think people are coming up with nicer designs now, and now that they're smaller in AOS, they're just so practical in terms of working out what's on there. And it's quite important nowadays.
A big factor with AOS though is if you're using the official layouts that they give you on the maps that they give you.
Yes, yeah.
There's no chance that you could put terrain on the objectives because of how they're laid out.
Yeah.
And that's one of the big issues with these types of objective markers in the game of 40k is because you go through this weird thing at the start where you got to place them all, and then you basically put loads of ruins on top of them. So you basically end up... And then
you can't see where the objectives actually are.
Yeah, which is a very interesting scenario. But anyway, there you go.
There was one nice thing. I don't know if they've updated the actual gaming mats that they were using, but I've noticed, so there was always a skull in the middle to represent where the middle of the table is. But I've actually noticed they've got these little arrow notches on the sides to represent the table halves and quarters. So actually placing the objectives is so easy in AOS because they were always in one of like the quarters, like half of the table, and you just basically marry up the two lines, or you go, cool, I'm just measuring 11 in from this point that's pre-marked on the table. So much easier than in 40k, and you're like, okay, what's this, 18 inches this side, 30 inches this way. Yeah, the markings on those mats, which I don't know if they've always been in there and I've just never noticed, or they've actually subtly updated them with those on. But yeah, they were really just sped up the game, like the beginning, like no end.
There was a company that did these really awesome, like matte, wraparound frames. So when you had your 6x4 mats, you could put this MDF frame over the top of it, and it marked all of the increments as well.
Nice.
It was by a company called Lasertone. A few other people have used them as well. But yeah, really, really cool. Can't buy them anymore, but a friend of mine has one, and I'm always like, really wish I had one of them because it's really helpful for laying out all the stuff. But good that they've indoctrinated something similar at Warhammer World, which is great. That's cool. All right, Phil. Well, we've done quite an extensive preamble. I was thinking we'd already be wrapping the segment up by now. But now
sorry, Dan.
No, it's fine. I'm going to hand over to you to do an extensive blow-by-blow report of how you got on. Noting, Phil, for the love of God, I need to be in bed in the next half hour, so please don't wax too much lyrical.
I will not dawdle. I will quickly run you through my list, and then I'll get onto the games. So
do it justice, Phil. Don't quickly, but just be mindful. Think about poor Dan and his
bedtime
for slumber. Exactly.
That's fair enough.
I'm an old man now, Phil. I need my rest.
That's fine. So I took Night Haunts, which, as you well know, as I've already mentioned, I took the Death Stalkers battle formation, which allows them to advance and charge, and fall back and charge without taking any damage, which is quite sneaky.
So they can leave without taking D3 damage?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God. And charge afterwards?
Yes. Which makes it quite good. Here's the thing.
That is obnoxious.
Here's the thing. They have an ability baked in, which is on their turn, they can charge even though they're in combat, which basically triggers their wave of terror abilities, which allows you to do, basically there's 3. There is -1 to hit, -1 to save, and strike last. Basically anyone can do the -1 to hit. Cavalry can do, and cavalry and monsters, which is basically Black Coach, can do the -1 to save, and any hero can do strike last. And you get to pick those ones. So before you used to have to roll on the dice for your charge, and depending on what number you did, you would do. But now you can charge while in combat, so technically you don't need to fall back and charge anymore. You just need to do the charge roll and get over a 4 or above, which would basically be the equivalent of falling back 3, charging in 3. 4, because that's what you'd have to roll. However, with that nuance, that it doesn't actually stipulate at all if when you do that charge while in combat, if you can actually move. Can you charge another unit? Can you reposition yourself in that charge to like the other side of the model to get on an objective? Doesn't say, so that's something that needs an FAQ. But I think the idea is you're meant to stay where you are. But I don't actually know. But that's why I took the option to actually just fall back and charge, because then I can just jump around the board a bit more to try and get on objectives and things like that.
Exactly. Why concern yourself with ambiguity when you can just do whatever you want?
Yes, exactly. Obviously, Nighthorn, ignore rend, army wide. That's really cool. And all of 6s to hit crit, so they auto wound. That's on their profile, but they've moved it from an army wide rule to their profile basically. And they all have a 6-up ward save. They can discorporate for an action, which makes it a 5-up ward save, which is also quite cool. So I've got 3.
Is that a stratagem type thing?
It's a reaction command ability. So when you declare them as a target of an attack, which is quite a nuanced word, you can declare it. So some abilities like Sons of Behemoth have like these rampage actions, which they do, and you just take tons of mortal wounds. You can't discorporate on those because they're not attack actions, and attack actions is like keyworded. So you can only effectively do it on effect. It's not really much. You're in combat or you're being shot are the only times you can really do it.
Gotcha.
But there's these other times out of those phases when you can't, which is a bit frustrating, but is what it is, right? So I don't mind. They're all the sort of army-wide abilities. All the infantry move 8 inches. All the cavalry move 12. So bearing in mind, you get an extra D6 for your advance and then charge on top of that. Makes them quite speedy. I've got 3 regiments. The first one's the General's Regiment. So I've got the Knight of Shrouds on Eternal Steed. So he's my general. I gave him a once per game ability to resurrect a unit in my movement phase at half strength, which I used once in the entire game and didn't do it on the unit I wanted to, which I'll explain in a second. I had Dreadblade Harrows, which are these 2 little generals. They are extremely obnoxiously annoying to every opponent that I play against, because in any movement phase at the end, theirs or mine, I can teleport them around the table 9 inches away. So they're really handy for screening your opponent out, so they can't move somewhere, then disappearing away so they can't be charged, or mostly just for me getting objectives like the flank objectives or the terrain. Not objectives, but battle traits. battle tactics, sorry, or the train ones. So they're quite handy for just nipping around. Bearing in mind for the flanks one, you can't score those if you've just set them up. So you've got to move them a turn in advance, basically. So if you move them in your opponent's turn, you're all set up for your turn to do them. So they're quite cool. I then had 2 units of Hex Wraiths, a 5-man unit and a 10-man unit. I only did them as a 10-man unit so I could summon one of that unit back when it had died to a 5-man unit, which basically never really happened. The only time that, in fact, I don't think that unit ever died, or if it did, it was at the end of the last game, basically. And I basically had to resummon a 5-man unit on the table, to a 3-man unit, basically. And that was the only time I actually used that ability. So that probably wasn't a great pick. But actually, I think, so the Knight of Shrouds has this ability where after he's fought, he can elect another unit to fight and they get +1 attack. So actually, he always hung out with the 10-man unit. So they would charge in with him. He could fight. Then they get basically a free all-out attack, which is quite cool on a,
very cool.
Force multiplier of the, the charging in. Plus Hex Wraiths are pretty good. So they do mortal wounds when they charge in. And when they charge, they get damage 2 rather than damage 1. And a few units are like that. So they're very strong on the charge, but they're not very strong in the opponent's turn in terms of damage output. They're also now 3 wounds instead of 2 wounds. So they're a lot more durable. So they were my big hard hitter units, I would say, or like the tankier units that were just going to get stuck in and not worry about stuff. So they were pretty cool, and obviously lots of good movement on them. My second regiment was Reichenor Gurumhala, my favourite wizard of all time, and top pick in the last episode. He can snuff out a candle either on himself or an opponent. It specifically is in the allocate damage step, so it negates wards because it's after the ward save step of the damage allocation process. Again, we talked about this in the last episode. If he does it to an opponent within 12, I get +1 to cast. If I do it on myself, I get +1 to cast, and I can cast another spell, which is great in my first turn, so I can try and summon a Kronspine, and I only need a 7. And then I can cast another spell like Shade Mist, which is -1 to be wounded, which is the one I often did. Or if it's in their first turn, which I think happened in my first game, I snuffed it out on myself. I then spent a command ability to cast in my opponent's turn, and I'm negating the -1 to cast because it's my opponent's turn. I still need an 8. But guess what, Dan? I rolled it, and I cast it in my opponent's turn, which was quite good. That was just me being a bit jammy with my rolls. I then had a Khan Wraith. He buffs the 2 units of Grimghast Reapers that I also have. So he gives them +1 attack while he's in combat and within 12 inches, wholly within 12 of other units, or they're wholly within 12 of him. Then had 2 units of Grimghast Reapers, which are the guys with the scythes. They basically don't really get any other buffs, but they get, they crit to auto wound on 5s rather than 6s. So that's kind of handy. Oh, and the Khan Wraith had a once per game ability. This was his artifact, where once per game, everyone wholly within 12 gets +1 attack. So in one game, for example, I gave, Grimghast Reapers, rather than having 2 attacks each, get 4 attacks each, because the Khan Wraith gives them +1 anyway, and then for once per game, one gives them +1. And then he would often hang out with, and by often always, the last regiment. So that had a Guardian of Souls. So the Guardian of Souls is also a 1-cast wizard, but it gives everyone, when he's in combat, wholly within 12, +1 to wound.
That's
the
the lantern guy.
Yeah. He's the guy with the lantern. He used to be a lot better, I would say, because I don't think so. The downside with those guys now is they now need to be in combat themselves to buff the units, whereas before they could technically hang out outside of combat and sort of be free from being damaged, whereas now they have to be stuck into combat, which is the risk with these guys now. I then had a unit of Bladegeist Revenants, which again, Sam's models, thank you very much. They get +1 attack on the charge. And statistically, the Nighthaunt group says, Mathshammer says they are better than Grimghast Reapers. I would say that is wrong because of the way I played it. Actually, this list was a list of convenience, but actually having 2 units of Grimghast Reapers being buffed by 1 Khan Wraith, I thought was very strong. Whereas they would say, probably 3 units of Bladeghast Revenants for the same points is stronger technically. But it didn't feel like it to me. But then I didn't play that. I also then had 2 units of Glaive Wraith Stalkers, which are often called as the Rat Men, but they're the horses. The ones are the horse heads and the sort of pokey sticks. 1 unit was reinforced to an 8-man squad. 1 was a 4 unit. They were sometimes really good because they get +2 to charge their stalked unit, which you declare in the deployment phase. So they can be very fast turn 1. I just used them as screens, basically, which was quite frivolous because actually they do on the charge 2 damage, like the Hex Wraiths. So 1 game, a unit charged in. This was actually in game 1, killed a zombie dragon in 1 turn. I did it was either 16 or 18 damage with them. And just outright killed it because it was all 2 damage on the charge. They weren't that good in any of the other games, but they were still quite good, I think, sometimes. So considering they were the worst unit in the game before, they're a lot better, I would say. And that is my army at 1,970 points.
I mean, what's interesting, I suppose, is that you get an ample amount of lieutenant-style options, i.e. the extra HQs or the extra character things. So you had 2 regiments with, 1 technically had 3 characters in it and the other one had 2, right? Is that what I heard correctly?
First one had 1, second one had...
Did you have the 2 geezers in it?
Oh, yeah, they're not technically heroes. So they used to be individual heroes. Now they're a unit of 2 men. And that's it. But they are good. Weirdly, I always kept them out of combat to do objectives and stuff like that, like the battle tactics. But they do 4 attacks each at 2 damage. And I think it's something like 4s, -1, 2 damage. So they're actually pretty good in combat when they swing. But I was very cautious with them to just try and use them to score, my tactics. So I could have got them stuck in a bit more. And they actually, on the charge, they buff the control score of units nearby them. But again, I never really used them for that. So that, is another tactic you could do with those guys. Nice. Yeah, so there was, Guardian of Souls in 1 regiment, right clinging on the Khan Wraith as the, the Khan Wraith is the cursed soul, which is basically the extra hero you can take in that regiment.
Yes.
And the Blade Harrows now technically are just infantry. Or something like cavalry. They're just regular guys. They're not heroes anymore.
Understood. Well, that makes more sense. Because I was thinking, that's cool because you get, all right, fine. So not the case, but still interesting change to that unit. I mean, the overall build sounds amazing though. You ultimately give 0 naughty words about basically terrain, movement, combat. You're effectively wherever you want to be, wherever you need to be, or wherever you need to be, whenever you want. And basically, it's on your opponent to basically lock you down and do damage to you. Because theoretically, if you play it well, you're near uncatchable.
Yeah, true. So the way I pretty much deployed exactly the same in every game. So in the middle, I had the 2 Khan Wraith, Glaive Wraith Stalkers, little horsey guys up front in a line because I could get bonuses to charge if I want to. And they were like a screen. Behind them was basically the Lantern, the Khan Wraith, and then on either side of them were each of the Reapers, the guy with the scythes. Because they're basically going to be buffed by the Lantern and the Khan Wraith. And then the Blade Guards Revenants were always on their own, pretty much to the left, or maybe the right, depending on, but most of the matchups I had them on the left. And then then I also probably had the Dreadblade Harrows with them on that side as a bit of a feint because they would go up one side, but then teleport around wherever they need to be. And then I had all the horses on the other side to go heavy on one side to try and sort of break that flank, basically, and nip up the side while the infantry's holding the center. And I pretty much did that every game. And pretty much most games did like seize the center ground, to get the, in the first battle round. Pretty much all of my opponents either gave me the first turn or they took the first turn but didn't really move very far up the board, which then just gave me the option to just push onto the territory and onto the objectives in my turn one, which pretty much happened in most games, except the last one, which was a completely different game from all the others. I'll briefly summarize the games. Game one was against Flesh Eater Courts. Obviously, very lovely chap. They were all lovely chaps. This was one of the ones where he went first, but actually, no, I think actually he gave it to me because he wanted me to come to him, but I don't think he realized just how quick I was, basically. So I managed to get some charges off on some of his units. I think, was it this turn? I think it might have been this turn, or it was the second turn where I killed the zombie dragon, because those Glaive Wraith Stalkers just get +2 to their charge.
I mean, it's improbable that you killed the zombie dragon in a game against Flesh Eater Courts, but...
What? So not a zombie dragon, but it is a zombie dragon of some sort.
Oh, I see. Some sort of zombie dragon.
Hold on. Shall I quickly find out what kind it is exactly? But it is a sort of, because I didn't play any Grave Lords.
Did you not? Oh, okay,
no,
fine.
Well, then it was, because I think there's one where there's a guy on it. Hold on. Let's have a look at the War Scrolls very quick. It could have been, Aberrant. Royal. No, they have Royals. Yeah, they have. A Terrorgeist or a Zombie Dragon. They do actually have them.
They do have access to it. Oh my god, I had no idea.
I don't remember there being a model riding on top of it, but they certainly do have them. Royal Zombie Dragon. It's called. Yeah, so it was that.
Oh, blimey.
Only had 14 health.
I didn't realise this kit had an option to be ridden by a ghoul.
Yeah. I think that is their specific one. That isn't the Grave.
Oh yeah, no, it is ever so slightly different, isn't it? Oh, there you go. The more you know. Yeah,
basically. So it was an interesting game, but pretty much I screened him out from all the objectives from turn one, basically. All except his, because I think there was 3 objectives in this one. It's quite interesting because actually the way you score for the objectives, you hold 1, hold 2, and hold more. And so it's quite easy to get at least 4 points out of the 6 for your objectives. And then you obviously get your bonus 4 for completing your battle tactics. So for example, he scored 2 in the first battle round, 2 in the second, 4 points. Because he completed his Stealer Territory, because I think he had something that could teleport around, and he grabbed that, and then he didn't score anything from turn 4 onwards, whereas I got 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So I did everything, basically.
I mean, that is extraordinary. I mean, it felt like with the way the battle tactics have gone in this game, scoring 50 points in a game would be difficult, but you just seem to... I mean, spoilers, you just seem to consistently get within shooting distance of or actually get 50 every game.
I mean, I did, just having a quick look, mostly did seize the centre in most of the games or flank in a couple of them, but mostly I went for seize because they gave me the first turn. So I was like, cool, I'm just going to get that middle objective and score points, and you probably won't be able to get that one until at least a few turns later in. Getting the terrain piece was always really easy because of the Dreadblade Harrows. I then tended to do the Slay one, which was kill a unit from their... I think it was kill a unit within their Warlord's Regiment. And then the no waiver one, which is basically charge 2 units in and not have them die, which was another quite easy one to do. I sort of felt my army's quite kitted out to, in the right order, do all of the battle tactics. So I sort of did them quite well. I sort of thought about it, though. I sort of went in with a plan, and I think that is what helped, basically, with those.
Oh, totally. I do feel like, I mean, again, GW typically with these kind of competitive systems where it's stand on the circles and go to the place, mobility tends to win out over so many things in terms of the mission structure. We see that a lot in 40k with armies like Elder, and it's interesting to see it really resurface in AOS with the way the new missions are sort of structured. It didn't feel like being hyper-mobile was super advantageous towards the end of AOS 3, although it obviously had its advantages. It didn't feel absurdly strong, whereas it feels like now that kind of mobility is quite powerful in the early days of 4th.
Yeah, that's true. Going on to...
So you won game one.
Yeah,
you won game one, 50 something or other.
50 points to 8 points.
Incredible. So what's game two looking like for you?
Game two was against a guy called Matt with Lumineth, which was a very similar match to the one Richard had in game one. So he had forewarned me slightly about their general tactic, but it was a different guy, but they had the same thing. Basically, a big blob of archers, and in front of them is a big blob of spearmen, and that's quite difficult to deal with. He had also to one side the floaty fountain, which has a mage inside that can cast spells, and then he had a couple of the cavalry units which were going up both flanks. He took the first turn, but basically didn't do much other than he was umming and ahhing about whether to charge his cavalry into my cavalry, because I had a 5-man unit into the side that was 10-man, and he was quite close to the 5-man. And he was umming and ahhing about charging in. And I said, well, if you don't charge, I'm going to charge you. So he was like, fine, I'll charge in. And I don't want to say I baited him, but because he did that, I was like, well, I'm still going to countercharge you with my 10-man unit. So actually it sort of took him from a bad situation to a worse situation, I would say. But, arguably it was still, I think he was in a rock and a hard place, because originally he was on the objective and I was like, yeah, but now you're within charge range of me. So his units were just as tough as mine, but I sort of whittled him down over a turn with that unit. So actually, you might like to carry on?
Oh, I was just giving you the thumbs up. Sorry, I was applauding your efforts.
Okay, thank you. So from then on, what I did is actually, I think there was like 2 guys left when it came to my turn one. So rather than keep my Nighthorn there, I retreated, went past his men to make a beeline for his fountain, because basically I was trying to avoid his archers at all costs. So rather than go up the middle with all of my guys, I decided to pivot all my army to the right slightly to hide behind this big line of sight blocking tower that there was, and go around the back, basically towards his fountain, and then into the back of his archers that way, circumventing some of the spearmen. So because I could fall back and charge, it meant I could actually just ignore that horse unit, because my infantry could just charge into that instead, which is what I did. Turn 2, I got the double turn. So I was like, well, I'm going to take it now, because I was already at 10 points and he was at 2 from the first turn. I had summoned the Kronspine, and so the Kronspine and some infantry went up the middle to deal with the spearmen, and then around the back, I had charged all the cavalry and stuff into his fountain, which I had killed eventually. And then his person couldn't actually be placed because the person drops out, but has to, I think, be within 3 of the fountain, but also not in combat, which he couldn't do because of all of his models and my models. He had some very strong units, like he's got a ton of spells. He can, as I said before, he can give Ignore Rend to his army, which was so frustrating because actually, I don't get much Rend. So when I do, it's quite important that it adds to the army's damage output. So it meant his stuff was quite durable. But basically I kind of, again, screened him out on all the objectives and he didn't have much, to go with, but he scored a bit better than the last game. So he ended up with, 22 points, and I ended up with 46. because I missed
slacking.
out because of the double turn, basically, because I thought it was more important to just try and deal with as much of his units at that point, which was the right call, I think, because it meant the constant
totally
into
agree.
combat, and I got to take out his fountain, which included his wizard, or one of his wizards and stuff like that. So yeah, another big-ish win. Not quite as big, but still pretty good. So yeah, that was game 2. That was fun. Game 3 was against David and his Gloomspite. This is where we had our first sort of asymmetrical deployment. So the defender had like this L shape in the corner for deployment, and the attacker, which ended up being me, was like the middle. So from the middle objective in a like square, to one side, I had that. So I got the first turn. I just decided to like charge in as much as possible. He had, I can never remember his name, the big guy from the destruction, the Centaur guy. Kragnos. That's
Kragnos.
it. He had Kragnos, which I was very scared about, but basically I managed to once again summon the Kronspine turn 1, charged him into a bunch of trolls, but positioning him so he was outside of Kragnos. And then again, I charged Right Colonel and some models into his little unit of Gloomspite wizards. It's like one wizard and a bunch of weird mushroom creatures. So I tried to deal with that.
Was that the Goblin Palooza?
Yes, I think that's the one. And he also had a regiment of renowned of Cruel Boys, which were the shooter
archers.
ones. Yeah, so I used my Glavrave Stalkers and I stalked them as my target so I could advance. And then when I charged, I got +2 to my charge, so I could charge around his, he had basically a load of squig, hopper guys as his like cavalry, which are really dangerous on the charge, but quite easy to kill otherwise. So yeah, charge around to deal with those archers and deal with them. So yeah, once again, hemmed him into his deployment zone from turn 1. And that's where the game was. There was a lot more sort of back and forth. It felt a bit worrying at times because Kragnos is a real beast. But he spent several turns just trying to kill hex wraiths, and it's like, and I like the first army actually with the Flesh Eater Courts, because I was chatting with him after the game, is he's got lots of high rend. His army has that, and similar with Kragnos, low number of attacks, kind of rubbish number of hit rolls that he's hitting on, but really high rend and really high damage. And if I can just roll 4-ups, he's not doing much damage, and even then I might be discorporating and I've got 5-up wards or 6-up wards. So sometimes Kragnos was a real trouble, but I'd mostly just try to screen him out or give him a unit that he has to just sort of chew through, basically. That was quite a fun game. Went down, we got all our turns in. It was basically 50 to me once again, max points, and 28 to David and his Gloomspites. I think it was basically Kragnos and his trolls that left. The trolls were a real pain to deal with because they would heal every time they fight.
Swamp trolls or the rock guts?
I don't actually know.
Were they tall or were they pudgy?
Basically, a bit tall and a bit pudgy. They were a bit, but I think they had rocks on them, like they were chucking stuff. So they had shooting.
That'd be rock guts.
Yeah, I think it was them because they could chuck rocks in, but not in combat. So they had some quite good shooting attacks, which is why I thought I'll chuck the Kronspine in there. But basically, every time I killed 1 or 2 of them, eventually they would just resurrect back. At one point, he dropped down a Mushroom Endless spell, which did a ton of shooting, like mortal wounds. So I had to just charge it in with some dudes to get rid of it, which was, I think it was like 12 damage, which I did in 1 round of combat, quite luckily. So yeah, that was a fun game. And again, yeah, things like Kragnos and Patrols were just scary, but they were just bogged down dealing with all my units for the entire game as well. So they weren't doing much. And he couldn't basically get past me. I think eventually he got some squigs. He managed to resurrect some squigs and sort of go do a crazy long charge to get the terrain piece that he needed to seize and stuff like that to get some of his objectives.
There we go. Solid stuff, mate. So day 1, 3 wins under your belt, no losses, 3 very meaningful wins under normal tournament circumstances. Obviously, as it turns out, within the confines of Throne of Skulls Warhammer World, utterly meaningless, but very well accomplished. Day 2.
Yeah, so
how are we looking?
Well, interestingly, the victory points mattered for one thing, because the combined victory points of all your previous games meant the person with the lowest score got to pick if they were attacker or defender, which did have, depending on the number of drops, has quite an interesting impact on the game, because it ultimately determines who gets to go first, right? So me doing really well sort of hinders me at the beginning of every game, because someone can be like, cool, I'm going to be the attacker, and I'll be the defender or whatever. But most of the time people weren't that too fussed in general. So game 4 was against a guy called Dan. Not you, Dan, but another Dan. He had a very beautiful Sons of Behemoth army that ended up in the cabinet. So it was, prestigiously painted. He had Brod. He had a couple of little mini gargants and I think 3 big ones. I believe I went first, and I don't know if he gave that to me. No, I think I just took it maybe based on. Well, I would have thought he would have been 2 drops. So I think maybe he did give me first turn. But I think if I remember rightly, I sort of charged in. No, I'm trying to think if he did take.
You went first, Phil.
Apparently, he went first. But
I know you went first because you told me the story the other day when it was fresh in your head.
I know it's less fresh now. Because I basically played 2 Sons of Behemoth armies, so there's a couple of.
You played them back to back.
Yes, I played them back to back, so there's a bit of cross pollination in terms of what was going on. But I'm pretty sure maybe I didn't get many charges off in my first turn, but yeah, in his first turn he charged in one of his mini gargants. That was it. And then I did a counter charge with some of my other units and then killed that in his first turn. And then in my second turn, I basically was faced with Brod on one side and another Mega Gargant on another side. So basically I charged everything I had in terms of all the infantry. So I did basically the Lantern, the Khan Wraith, the Revenants, and the 2 lots of the Scythe guys into Brod, and then I charged all my horses into the other guy. Oh, that was it. I think I had charged my Khan Wraiths, my Glaive Wraith Stalkers turn 1 into one of his big guys, and they had actually tied him up into combat, but ultimately didn't really do much up there. But in that turn 2, it was a crucial turn 2 where basically Brod had, I think, 40 wounds. And I managed to kill him because I did my once per game +1 attack on everything, and I still had a unit to spare. And then my Hex Wraiths had charged into the other guy, done mortal wounds, and then I was doing a ton of attacks with one unit getting +1 to hit because of the general. And obviously I made Brod fight last, so I got to attack with everything first, basically. And I had also killed his other Mega Gargant in that turn 2. And at that point, he was like, cool. Well, that's it. Let's call it there then. That was the game. And I was like, you sure? I was like, yeah, well, there's no point. He was a bit like, Nighthorn busted. And I was like, okay. And he was like, I want to get my arm in the cabinet. And I was like, okay. So he still had a fair bit on the table. I think he had a couple of little guys left and I think just one big guy. But, he could have played on for more points, but, he didn't want to. So that was fair enough, basically. So we called it there. I got 50 points and he got 6 points, which is what he got in his first turn.
Wild, mate. I mean, it's always a weird vibe, isn't it, when someone just gives up on you? But, it happens, mate. At the end of the day, yeah. I mean, in many respects, it can sometimes on a Sunday morning be a blessing, but other times it is a weird vibe. I think, again, speaks to what we were saying earlier about people's attitudes around needing the wins and stuff and being, because again, I don't really feel, I mean, stuff is obviously stronger than other stuff, but a lot of the time in AOS, I always feel like the game mechanics are such that you can learn from those mistakes or learn from those matchups and make adjustments to improve things. Maybe that's not so true with Gargants because they have a very particular play style, but it's always interesting. I can never. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've definitely said stuff's busted before, but I don't feel like I've ever grumbled about it that much at the tabletop. I'm just like, oh well, yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
So in that one, the underdog mechanic was quite interesting. So you start off with 3 objectives. I think I got to be the underdog because you roll off of the underdog again in this specific event. You do it for everyone.
This mad event,
which we had only realised in that game because I think the opponent had mentioned it. So I hadn't done this in the others. For the first turn, you roll off to see who the underdog is. Then you roll off on the table. So I rolled a 5. Technically out of a D3, so I rolled a 3, which meant you got to place an extra objective marker. So immediately from turn 1, I had another one. It wasn't in my deployment zone, but it has to be in like the no man's land area. But basically, I was on that objective already. And then in his turn 2, he got to be the underdog. He also rolled a 5 or 6, like the 3 basically, and he had to place it basically because there's pretty much only one place you could fit it, which was near Brod. But basically, it meant when I charged in to him, I was then on that objective as well. So I think he was quite frustrated that he was like maybe on 1 objective and I was on 4 from turn 2 basically.
It certainly does sound frustrating.
Yeah, I think if if you rolled a 1 on that table, you could have removed 1, and I think if you rolled a 2, you could basically say 1 isn't contestable or something like that. So yeah, it had some weird mad logic on that.
So far so good, mate. You got 4 wins, no losses, a dramatic, tremendous victory against your last opponent. So well done, you. The only way is down from here, surely. So game 5, how did that go?
True. Well, yeah, I was riding high, unbelievably, couldn't even believe where I was. And effectively, I guess, in the final, if there was such a thing, but obviously that's not how the scoring went for this event, because it's a lovely casual game. Game 5 also I knew would be hard because when I had finished my last game, I'd gone to the bar, got some drinks for people, and then I looked to see who else had finished. And it was basically Sons of Behemoth and Orc War Clans with like a big pig list, basically. And I think maybe it was 2 Sons of Behemoth lists. It was something like that. So I knew I had either a good chance of repeating my last matchup or playing big pigs, which I thought would be interesting. So in my little break time, I was looking at what big pigs would do. But honestly, the last mission was so wild. It was throwing everyone for a loop, basically. It was a completely asymmetrical mission where you had an attacker and a defender. But the attacker was on the sort of Dawn of War longboard edge. The defender just held the center of their side, but it went all the way up to the middle. So it had like a little square. And within that square sat 4 objectives. There was 1 on each edge of their deployment zone and 1 in the middle. And the middle one was like this ritual site, which for them scored them D3 points if they contested that objective. And then each other one, I think, was worth just 1. If I was contesting them but not controlling any of those objectives, if the attacker, which ended up being me, which I'll explain in a minute, was on 1 but not controlling it, I would get 1 victory point. But if I controlled it, I would get D3 regardless of which ones it was. So what was interesting is I was weirdly at a disadvantage here. So I ended up playing a guy called Michael, who had an amazing Sons of Behemoth list. But the way the attacker and defender is worked out in every game, which I think I've already mentioned, is you tally up all your victory points from your previous games. And as we've already mentioned, I've been scoring 50s or 46 for all my other games. So I had the highest score, I think, at this point out of everyone. My opponent did not. So he got to pick if he was attacker or defender. he's got giants, which have very high control scores. So he obviously chose to be the defender. As the defender, you got to place the terrain as well. So the one place of power, he got to also stick in his deployment zone. He was also a 2-drop army, but I think, had to either go first or choose to go first because I was the attacker, and ultimately it's like, oh great, I've got to go first because I'm up against a bunch of giants and they're literally all sat on objectives. So for his list, he had King Brod as his general. He had a Mega Gargant, which was the Gatebreaker. He had another Mega Gargant, which was the Kraken Eater. And then he had 3 of the little Man Crusher Gargants. And then he also had a Cron Spine that he could summon because he gave one of them an artifact of power, which allowed him to summon them. So a strong list. And his idol was very cool. It was the old Orc idol that he painted up to fit in with his army.
Oh, what, the rogue idol?
The rogue idol, that was it. So it was fitting the destruction vibes. So he did something during deployment that was a bit tricksy that I only just realised he could do in hindsight. So he placed down his first regiment, which was one of the big guys and one of the little guys. He obviously made me go first. So I put down 1 drop. He did a mini drop of 1 big one, 1 little one. I then did my second drop. And then he technically had 1 regiment to go, which should have been a whole drop. But he just placed like 1 guy down. And he's like, oh yeah, that's my drop. And I was like, he's like, oh, I can split it. And I was like, oh, okay. I assumed this was Sons of Behemoth specific thing. So I then put my whole regiment down, and then he could place the rest of his guys wherever he wanted, sort of counter deploy against me. And then what I realized is what he did in hindsight is in the core rules, you pick a unit to deploy or a regiment to deploy. And normally it's more advantageous to just deploy regiments because you want the lowest number of drops. Whereas actually, strategically, I could have just gone for 1 unit at a time. So I could have forced him to deploy more of his units first. And then with what's left, I could have countered and repositioned my units, which was, very interesting tactic. But obviously that's because the mission parameters meant I was going to go first regardless. So it was, advantageous for him to do that. And I didn't realize that's what he was doing at the time. So, interesting tactic there.
Well, I mean, fair play to him for having such a kind of comprehensive grasp of those core systems so early on.
Well, yes. I'll go through it. He was super competent. He really knew what he was doing. So I would put him a competitive player person that he's obviously probably played for quite a long time because he was very knowledgeable and with his army and knew what he was doing. I sort of wish that's what he told me he was doing explicitly. And then I knew I could have done that as well. But he just said, I can just split it. So I didn't know what he meant by that. I assumed it was an army specific thing that he was doing. Also, as the defender, he gets to pick a ritual that he's meant to be doing on this ritual site. I think that there was a bunch of different options, but the one he chose, which was basically every time you score a victory point, you can select a unit on an objective and heal it D3, which was obviously, again, very strong for his army, especially since all of his big guys have abilities to heal at the end of the turn anyway. So, again, he was in a strong position from the start. And to be honest, I sort of don't know how you can actually outscore Sons of Behemoth, because I think even the little guys have control score of 10 and the big ones have up to like 20. And it's like, I don't think you can physically fit more models on that objective while they're also on that objective to outscore them. I don't think it's physically possible. So
I think
my
you just got to kill him.
Well, I mean, I tried. So he had sort of deployed something on every single objective. I had to go first. I chucked a couple of guys forwards, doing my usual thing with my Glaive Wraith Stalkers, and again with my Hex Wraiths. The Hex Wraiths all fluffed their charges. He had redeployed, so he had the closest objective to me had a little Gargant on. He had redeployed it. I think he rolled quite big, so he could move at 6, and he put it next to one of his big guys. And this is where tactic number 2 comes in from this tactical genius. Basically, the little gargants, when you place them side on next to the big gargants, they stop you from actually getting to the big guys and surrounding them because you can't fit anywhere near as much around them because the little guys are in the way. But also, because of it's an oval base, that the width of that is under 3 inches. So if you want to get into combat with the little gargant, you are bringing in the big gargant into combat, and it's going to swing at you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he'd already positioned the ones on his flank like that, and he sort of baited me in to get onto that first objective. And I was like, great, so I've either got to go for it. And all his gargants were effective in a line. So I tried my best to only get into combat with the little one, unfortunately bringing in the big one and trying staying out of the way with King Brod. But I think he then just countercharged with Brod in anyway. So it was a very tough and messy game, basically. He could also, one of his big guys could kick the objective around, so he could move it wherever he wanted. It was a real slog, basically. I don't think I killed anything in that game except for the Cronspine. We had like a little Cronspine off, and then my Warlord was with my Cronspine, and I managed to kill that. And then maybe I killed one of his other ones at the very end by turn 5, but I don't think that even happened. I mean, I attempted it, but I think the Cronspine was the only thing I killed. It was a real uphill struggle, and basically every time I did damage to any of his units, he effectively healed it by the end of the turn anyway. So I got completely smashed, which was, admittedly, I think I rolled very badly for my 4-up saves and for my attacks. The dice were not with me in that game like they were with others, but the power level of these Sons of Behemoth was through the roof in comparison to the last game. The guy was just playing on a different level, basically. It was totally different. So it was a real uphill battle. Basically, first turn I scored 6 points. Second turn I scored 5. Oh, he also double turned me on turn 2.
Oh, that's not great.
He was like, I might as well take it because I just need to clear you off the table. And I was like, okay. And he pretty much did. And then I managed to squeeze in 4 points in my last turn just by literally towing into all of his objectives as much as possible. So I was scoring like 1 point. Oh, actually, 1.1 point. I think it is all it was. Whereas he scored 10, 4, 8, 6, 9. So the end of that game was 37 to him and 15 to me. The last few turns was a real struggle. Like I had my 10-man squad of Hex Wraiths that I was almost willing to die by turn 4. And I think they only died around turn 5. So I actually, in my turn 5, had to summon in a 5-man squad that became a 3-man squad with my sort of once per game spell, which was the only time I ever used it in the whole tournament, as a last ditch attempt. My Dreadblade Harrows was sort of hanging out to try and get on objectives, but he just constantly had the little guys on them. So I was like, they're not going to do anything. So I just used them to try and do some last ditch Hail Mary battle tactics, which didn't quite work out either, unfortunately. I just had some bad rolls basically on trying to do those, and he played it very well, so he always countered pretty much whatever I was trying to do. And I just don't think the mission was. If I was the defender, I potentially would have had a bit more of a chance to have scored for the first few turns and tried to screen him out a bit more. But with him starting on all the objectives, there was just literally nothing I could do.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these stats for these guys, I mean, essentially it's fairly evident where your priorities need to be, and obviously if you're up against a player who is circumnavigating the weaknesses, then it's going to be strong, tough to get
he
through.
does a lot of mortal wounds. So
yeah, well, that's what I was about to say.
Every single Gargant can one, they can throw stuff, which does mortal wounds. Two, when they charge in or in the charge phase, he gets to do rampages, which does a bunch of mortal wounds. He can the little ones can put people in the pockets where you roll a dice and you've got to roll over your wound characteristic, and they do that with, I think, with defreeze. And the big guy with the net can do it with I think it's like 3d6. So he can get rid of just 3 hex wraiths off the bat really easily with those guys. So there was one time I charged in with my Bladeghast Revenants into the Kraken guy, and after all of his abilities, and he must have rolled really well, I had like 3 left. So he killed 7 after I had charged into him. That's sort of like just bordering on unfun, I would say, because there's just not much I can do about it. Obviously, I've got to roll 6s, right? And with those abilities, I can't even discorporate because it's not the attack phase, because they're not attack abilities. So there's not a lot I can do about those things.
They are, so they don't have any rampages.
So the rampage is their army ability. So
Gotcha.
that's separate, and I think there's 4 different ones they can do, and they get to pick which ones that they want. I think there's one they can never do against me just because of the type of army that I had, I think.
Oh yeah, here they are. Yeah.
But the others were some really good, and they had some interesting stuff. So it's like, cool, I can do something that gives you fight last, like obviously when I charge in, but they have an ability which basically says I can do a ton of mortal wounds to you, but I then gain fight last, but they've already gained fight last because I've given it to them. So they could do some great counters to the stuff that I'm doing to sort of be a bit more efficient, basically.
Yeah. I was going to say they've got... Oh, yeah, here they are. Yeah. No, I wasn't wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, inevitably in the early days of these games, armies like Gargants will... Gargants are always an interesting one because it takes time for the meta to mature or for the game to mature to the point that they kind of get things like Gargants about right. We see it with Imperial Knights a lot in 40k. Very early on in 10th edition, Imperial Knights are very strong, and now they're in a kind of respectable place. So I imagine there'll be some more tweaking coming for the Gargants down the line. But yeah, the strategy seems to just be, obviously, that you just got to hope that you're playing someone who isn't quite so savvy and able to just pick those models off and focus them down because, although they're outputting a lot more wounds, as you say, and they've got a lot of wounds, they haven't got insane durability. They've got good durability because of lots of wounds, but 4-up save and 35 wounds with no ward saves, unless they do have them by some
No,
means.
they do. So they got their battle formation as if 2 big ones are within 3 inches of each other, they get 5-up ward. And he always positioned them as best as possible to always be getting that. And it was terrible. Like I would charge him with my hex wraiths and I would just constantly roll 1s for the mortal wounds. So I wouldn't even be getting those up. When we were doing the deployment, he had 1 lone mini Gargant on the left hand side that was like on 1 objective. And he was the only one that wasn't in the conga line, wall, shield wall that he had formed. But I had a big giant terrain piece in my way, so I couldn't easily deploy on the far left to get to that one guy, and instead I sort of just had to go straight forward into the main line. I did try to go to just one side to deal with the little guys first, but the redeploying the count charge sort of did me in on that one, and he played it very well, so I can't.
Yeah, it just sounds like you just got outplayed by a better player, mate. I think that's basically what that is.
Well, I think, 1, it was that, obviously my dice rolls were a bit rubbish, but 2, also the mission just wasn't going in my favour, and, I got double turned. And I think I had a few chances to take the double turn back, but I had so few stuff, I was like, no, I actually just need to try and attempt to get the battle tactics. And I think looking at my sheet, I only scored two of them, and that was the first 2 turns. And actually, I learned something really interesting, because that one, there was a load of no man's land stuff. So he had his 2 little gargants on the on his flanks to begin with, and he literally just moved them like half an inch forwards, and he's like, "Cool, got flanks." And I was like, "Wait, what? I thought you had to be in my deployment zone." He's like, "No, you just have to be not wholly within your deployment zone." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I mean, because I positioned my stuff to deny him from going into my half of the board. And because most of the missions, the deployment zones went up to the midway point, but this one had this weird no man's land and weird layouts. So it's like, yeah, the specific wording of those tactics sometimes made me do some stuff wrong, and he played it much better, basically. So, but again, learning curves for those kind of tactics for sure.
Well, like you say, mate, or like I was just saying, it sounds like you're just outplayed by a more knowledgeable, but again, this is the great thing, like, because 48 hours before you played this game, you'd played no games of AOS.
Exactly.
So, and this is always why I will always massively, massively, massively recommend repetition, getting games in with more people, seeking out, local clubs, but also definitely signing up to tournament events. There's lots of people out there that like to try and tell you that they're going to teach you how to play the game. And to be fair, some of those services probably do actually help you as well, because they do give you the opportunity to kind of be part of a community. And I appreciate that's not easy for everyone, but I do feel like the best way to learn to play games is to play them, and to play them consistently, against as many different opponents as possible, because it's that shared collective knowledge and understanding as you learn and exchange ideas and understand the tricks. Most of the tricky, fun, crazy things that I've learned that I can do in games have come as a result of losing games against players in other environments. So I feel like, at the end of the day, I think there's no substitute for just getting out there and playing games with people. And I think what's great about that, Phil, I mean, fair enough to you, 4-1 is an incredible result for the first event of AOS 4 for yourself. I mean, that's a stunning result, to be fair. And it sounds like basically in order to the only person who seems like they were able to beat you that weekend was someone who obviously brought a very well-optimized list and played it extremely well in a mission that was completely at odds with yourself, right? Like, basically, the deck was stacked, the player was great, the army was super well-optimized. I mean, your army, let's be honest, is just essentially the stuff you already own plus a bit more stuff from Sam. My army wasn't like optimized at all, but as you say, it was what I own. Literally everything I have that's painted minus legends units, and then what I could borrow off of Sam. It wasn't particularly well optimized. I think Richard politely said, "Well, Nighthawk must be busted if you're winning so well with them." And I get his sentiment to an extent, but he also said something else which was a lot more sensible, which was, you learn the most when you lose. And actually, I think I learned way more in my last game than I did in the 4 previously, where, I was doing well and winning, but not necessarily struggling in quite the same way. So I literally played my heart out in that last game, even though I knew pretty much from turn 1 I probably wasn't going to win it. But I was still determined to score like as many points as I possibly could, and try and work out what tactics I could possibly do and stuff like that. So it was still a good game, even if it was as an uphill battle, basically. Yeah, but I think that's great, mate. And I think it's awesome that, you got that experience and, that you're coming away really positive about the game. I think both of us have had that experience. We've played a very similar quantity of games of it. I, unlike you, have majoritively lost all my games. But again, it's that feeling out process and getting used to the things that are different and obviously, appreciating what's the same. But I think that's the thing with this game is that what I love about AOS 4 already is the kind of heart and soul of the game is still very much alive. AOS 3, I think, was a very special game, and I'm kind of saddened in a way that I didn't start playing it a little sooner. I think we came in at the best possible time, really, because we hit it at the point where it had kind of gone through any of its little wobbles and was in a really fun spot. But regardless, I genuinely feel like AOS 4 from the get-go is in a really, really great place. Yes, people, as we've already said, grumbling about manifestations, but when I play most of my games, people fail to roll them or they get, unbinded or banished or whatever, right? Like, it never feels that abusive. And although there is obviously some stronger armies out there, there isn't that sort of crazy kind of swing between the top and the bottom. Everything feels like it's got options and the game feels in a healthy spot. And again, one of the things I really attribute or credit the game for is that most people who are playing their armies at the moment have valid reasons and wants to put big, like basic infantry units in their armies. One of the things I find about 40k is it's very rare that you're incentivized to actually want to take what they call in 40k battle line units. In AOS, actually, a lot of the time you're like, oh no, I'm totally going to take a unit of 10 Chaos Warriors because they're really good for a reason. And I think that, again, sort of speaks to the overall kind of quality of design that you can always find a place in your army for pretty much everything, even though the game has no limits on how many of a thing you can take, which is why you end up with those big pig armies, which are made up of like 7 or 8 big Ironjaw pigs, because there's no limit to how many of those pigs you can take. But even with that, most people are still opting to take more nuanced, more traditional-looking armies, which I think is great. So, yeah, it sounds like a great weekend. It's a real shame I wasn't able to come, but I will be venturing up to Warhammer World in September for their Golden Ticket event, so I'm really looking forward to getting involved in playing AOS then. But, yeah, in summary, mate, what was your overarching feels about the event, the game, and ultimately, the overall experience? Was it a positive time, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously, the weird, scoring format at the end always leaves you slightly at a little odds, I guess. And, I was slightly on the up to game 4. So game 5 was a bit crushing for me because I was almost hoping as much of a long shot it would be the dream of going 5-0 at an event. But it just wasn't meant to be. And that's fine. Getting 4-1 was great. According to the BCP results, which just look at the win rates, I came 3rd, and then Michael, who I played, came 1st. But that doesn't actually matter because if you factor in favourite game and army votes, which is how the Warhammer World does it, I came 28th. Lorenzo, as we mentioned earlier, who's won none of his games, came 27th. So he beat me by just 1 place, just getting more favourite game votes, basically. Which is, and I think he had a few more favourite army votes. I got a couple of those, but I'm sort of not surprised I didn't get any favourite game votes purely because I smashed up a lot of my opponents. So, maybe that wasn't a particularly fun game for them, as much as lovely as they were and as nice as I was about it. So, the gaming experience was good. The end result might not have been as good as it could have been, for example. That last mission sort of did me over. So I think that was just a perfect storm of, the mission and my opponent. Because if it was sort of any other army, I probably would have had a good chance at it. But that was just, an uphill battle that I just don't think I could have won, no matter what.
What's wild, mate, is like 3rd place as per the BCP scoring, which is, a proper bracketed or proper tournament scoring system. The fact that, that is as legitimate a result as any of the ones that were kind of awarded and stated. So to finish 3rd place in a, albeit Throne of Skulls tournament where the actual score is made up of all the other elements, but just looking at it from that BCP perspective, man, 3rd place finish is amazing. I'm only saddened that you happen to do that at an event where there's no recognition of that, because
yes.
I think the thing is, it would have been, I think the amount of reps you've had going to these Warhammer World events, like all of us, I know you've gotten a number of trophies for your painting abilities and well deserved. I know obviously you and Sean won with the AOS doubles at Warhammer Fest, and that was awesome. And then obviously you've had various kind of, awards for your Krieg. which is great as well. But yeah, I think, as a sort of recognition of your kind of progression as a gamer and as your ability to play the game, because this is always the thing. I think you're always a bit harder on yourself than you maybe should be, and I think you're actually a lot more competent gamer than you give yourself credit for. And I think that is demonstrated in a 4-1 result because, even if you were the gamer that you make yourself out to be, i.e. the sort of hopeless case or whatever, I feel like you couldn't have achieved that. But I've always been impressed with your overall kind of tactical competency and your understanding of it.
That's true.
To optimize your lists a bit better.
Possibly. I did feel like I had a few Zen-like moments where I was like, no, I do really know what I'm doing, and I am competent, and I probably know the rules a lot better than some of my other opponents. Not always. Obviously, definitely made mistakes when it came to some of the more nuanced rules that got picked up on as we went through, but none of them I don't think were particularly impactful on my games, which I'm quite glad about. But overall, the general sort of rules I think I had down pretty well, and then sort of the strategy of how I was playing my army, I was very quick on my deployment because I pretty much always knew how I wanted to deploy, and I was very good at knowing what battle tactics I want to do, with the exception of the last game where I was just struggling to do anything. And I was like, oh dear God, which ones can I do with my 3 units left that are made of 2 dudes each? How can I do this? Oh, maybe I can possibly do this at a bit of a long shot. And I think, I could have done them, but I got done in the end. So yeah, those ones took a bit longer, but overall I feel much more confident in my kind of competency of the rule set for sure, which is good. Would I have done as well if it was a more tournament-y style event where like the golden ticket one? Probably not, because I assume there'd be a lot more tooled up lists, and obviously I think there were some at the event like my last opponent, but I think there are a lot more casual gamers as well, noting that there will always be casual gamers no matter what event you go to. So even at the golden ticket one, there will be just people like Tim that are there just to have fun and don't care about winning or losing. But I think there will be a larger category of people with very refined lists. And it's like, I've had a little think about what I would do. Part of me really likes the idea of the crossbow guys, just to have some shooting in the army, especially if you have a reinforced unit, because they got 16 inch range, which is good. They also ignore negative to hit modifiers, so you can shoot them in your opponent's turn, hitting on the full ballistic skill, which I think is really good. So I think they would have some good utility there. They would also pair up with Harridans quite well, which are quite a good solo unit in terms of they don't really need buffing from any other unit, but if you can do damage on the thing they're charging into, then they're even better. So they would go well with the crossbow guys. But I think the crossbow guys would be really good at just holding the backfield objectives, because I would always have a squad of the blade guys, sort of Grimghast, hanging out and some of my backfield objectives, because a lot of people had spells or abilities to teleport around. So I was always quite cautious about that. In theory, maybe I should have flung that unit forwards to get the most out of it, and then worried about someone jumping back behind and then doubling back with some of my units. But whereas you could have dudes sat on an objective shooting into stuff. So I think, that would be definitely an option, I think. So, I think it was good. I enjoyed it. AOS 4, I've definitely enjoyed so far. I think the quality of all the, the battle packs, the General's Handbook, if you want to pick that up, I think that's really good quality. The missions we did overall, I really enjoyed them. And as mad as the last one was, I think if it was any other faction, I'd have enjoyed it more. And for the fun, I don't want to say narrative, but the non-competitiveness of the event, I think it was fun to not do the General's Handbook missions, even though the General's Handbook obviously would be a bit more balanced. But I don't think that's what this event's really about. And you do need to embrace that kind of, chaotic nature of, whoever wins is not on a dice roll per se, but it's, no one can predict who it's going to be, right? Because it's down to the favorite army votes, and the winning your games is almost the least important out of those 3 aspects. Yeah,
that's fair. No, look, I mean, there you go. fun times all round. Good to see the game's in a good space already. Great to be getting out there and playing. Excited for the future of it for sure. But yeah, that's all we have for that. So thanks, Phil, for your feedback on all of that, and thanks everyone for listening. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we choose to do next. Transitional noise. All right, all. That's the end of episode 186, although you know better than that. We're going to have ourselves a little outro, aren't we, Phil?
We are indeed.
There we go. So, yes, the outro. What will we talk about? I have a topic. Would you like to hear it, Phil?
Is it your adventures of 40k on the weekend?
That was one of the topics. So why don't we just start with that, and we can come back to the other topic momentarily.
Ooh,
on the weekend, I and Richie, Quizmaster Richie, participated in another RFW event, the last, as far as I'm aware, RFW Warhammer 40,000 event for the foreseeable future. Tom has essentially moved across to his first love, Heresy, and this weekend was actually a two-parter, so there was a Heresy event on the Saturday, which I did not attend, mostly because of other commitments, but also because I haven't got a fully painted force of Heresy miniatures that I can take to events as of yet, although I hope to in the future. So yeah, that was the first day of it. And then the second day was a doubles for Warhammer 40,000, which used that unique blend of RFW mission construction when it comes to playing games of 40k.
Did you have the Mad Maelstrom cards this time? Did they get reused?
No, the Mad Maelstrom did not rear its head. We went back to the Open Warfare deck construction mission builds from early 9th edition, as well as utilizing the old school deployment methodology, which is, in my opinion, the superior deployment methodology, that being you deploy everything, and then your opponent, who knows that they're going second, responds in response to that deployment, and then the person who deployed first goes first. Magical concept, I know, but it definitely does create a lot of opportunities for additional tactical depth. And yeah, me and Richie basically took a force of Blood Angels and Thousand Suns, which was super interesting. I have played against Thousand Suns in Warhammer 40,000, but I've never operated them. And it's actually quite interesting when you spend time with them as a force, because they've definitely one of the few factions in Warhammer 40,000 that meaningfully does things in a way that somewhat resembles a psychic phase, which is actually quite refreshing.
At what point do they do their stuff then, if it's not in the shooting phase?
It does, different things happen in different phases. So they have a Cabal point system where they accrue points and are able to spend those points for abilities. So one of the more notable abilities is one of the projectile spells that I've now just forgotten the name of. It'll be some kind of traditional smitey chaos name, but you do that and it essentially can do quite an adequate amount of mortal damage, which is really cool. And there's other things like you can reroll saves and do all this kind of stuff. There's lots of like nice utility in it. Yes, it's another resource that you have to manage. But yeah, it was just quite interesting seeing them being played and figuring out some of the nuances of them as a list. And yeah, it was just really fun to see it. And I think the combination of Richie's Thousand Suns and my Blood Angels was quite well considered, even though we rushed to put it together the night before. Originally, we were planning on doing the old Blue Meanies list, but we realized that Richie's Demon Collection didn't really facilitate that list in the modern context of 40k. So we essentially changed tact and ended up just basically taking Thousand Suns and Blood Angels. I won't go through the lists in excruciating detail, but basically I had a bunch of Death Company and Assault Marines, and Richie had a bunch of Rubric Marines and Sorcerers. He was the anvil, I was the hammer. That was basically how it went.
That's always a good way to divide it, I think.
100%. 100%. Although, to be fair, Richie definitely pulled his weight when it came to, adding to the hammer element of it. And yeah, look, I mean, again, there's something about how Tom organises RFW and the way the event plays, but consistently, it is one of the most fun ways to play Warhammer that you can, have on a consistent basis. Again, it's very different from what people are used to playing, but that creates some interesting challenges. But the sorts of people who turn up and the kind of attitude they come with is really great. All of our opponents were excellent. And, all of our games, continued in the tradition of being some of the most fun I've played or had playing Warhammer 40,000. So, yeah, game one, we played against a team. Forgive me, I didn't note the names, and I am being incredibly rude by forgetting. But ultimately, game one, we played against a stunning combination of two very, very beautiful armies, one of which being the Custodes, who I believe won Best Painted, or at least one of the characters did. Really beautiful black Custodes colour scheme atop marble bases. Absolutely gorgeous. And they were partnered up with an Imperial Guard, a Krieg, Phil. A Krieg army.
How dare they? I'm the only Krieg allowed at RFW other than Toke.
Well, other than Toke, indeed. Well, I mean, this was really interesting. So this individual had brought the new Plastic Krieg. They also, man after my own heart, had the Aegis defense line in their army.
Ooh. Wait, the new one or the original?
The new Aegis defense line. I've never seen one before.
Do you know what? I haven't either.
Yeah. And two Lehman Russes, Phil, but they are the modern kits, i.e. the Horus Heresy kits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the strike tank.
The strike tank. And here's the thing, Phil. Again, man after your own heart, didn't have sponsons.
Well, fun fact, that kit doesn't come with them. So
exactly.
you can't have them unless you kit bash them or do internal sponsons or buy your classic Lehman Russ and stick them on somehow. But nice. Very good.
Was very, very happy with the fact that, well, not probably happy with it, but was very transparent about, don't have those, is what it is.
Oh, yeah. I'm losing out on 50 points worth of stuff.
Yes. Yeah. And then the last part of his army, Phil, are Malkador.
Oh, they're nice. Which one?
The modern Malkador. With the... As in the new Malkador
Yes,
kit.
The plastic kit. Okay, so not the Defender then, so it'd just be the standard one, I presume. Or did it have... Because with the battle cannon or the Vanquisher?
Battle cannon, yes. Battle cannon and lots of heavy bolters.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, nice.
It was really nice. Beautiful army. Definitely one of the best painted armies in the room. And again, as is the way with RFW, very high standard throughout.
Was that by any chance a heresy army from the day before?
No, I don't believe it was,
Okay.
I mean,
just curious.
I think, yeah. I mean, it could have been, maybe. But it was gorgeous. It was really, really pretty. Yeah, it could have been. Maybe it was like playing Militia the day before. I didn't actually check. Be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Too busy smashing them up, were you?
No, I mean, we only narrowly won. And we won because of a fortuitous turn where essentially we had kind of boxed them in, and in response they moved away from the combat that was pushing into them, and that moved them off of their objectives. And with the way the mission worked, we basically just had a very swingy turn where we scored very well and they scored very low, and that just kind of kept us in step. Now, to their defense, they kind of ebbed away or chipped away at our lead over the ensuing turns. But the delta was so big because of that one turn. Essentially, sort of like from a percentage perspective, we had like 30% more points than they did by the end. But at one point, we had as much as like 60% more or something. So it was like they had played it very well and they had a very good army. We just got lucky on the points perspective and the way that they managed things. I mean, here's the thing though, Phil. My Dev Company Dreadnought took something like 5 of those. What are the long barrel anti-tank Lehman Russ shell variant?
The Vanquisher.
The Vanquisher, yeah, the one with yeah. That Death Company Dreadnought passed every single save against a -4 AP like killer cannon. It was ridiculous. Basically,
do you have an invuln save? You don't, do you?
No, I just have a 2-up armor save.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
And I was in cover a lot of the time, so I was literally on 5-ups, or occasionally, if I invested in the Armor of Contempt, 4-ups. And it was literally like, I just... but I never even rolled the 4-up. That was the ridiculous thing. All I ever rolled was 5s and 6s.
Okay.
And yeah. Anyway, so that was a really good game to get things started. Second game was against a Chaos Space Marine and... Chaos Space Marine and... Oh, goodness, what was it now? Chaos Space Marine and Necron list, and that was really fun. So the lad with Chaos Space Marines had taken the Renegades, so by his own admittance, very much a player of... what's the Red Corsairs? That was the word. I kept wanting, yes. So he was very much in the essence of Red Corsairs, and the Necron player had a lot of very powerful heavy ordnance in the form of some of those Triarch Stalkery, not Triarch Stalkers, basically those big kind of like...
the new, the War of the World type ones. Yeah, I can't remember what they're called, but I know.
I can't remember either. But he had 2 of those. They had a Predator, Vindicator, lots of bodies. They had a big unit of Wraiths. And me and Richie did quite well into those as well, managed to get a win out of it. We just got very lucky in the opener because I essentially managed to charge a 10-man Death Company with Lamates into the Wraiths, and through a combination of lethal hits and devastating wounds on Thunderhammers, basically just did a lot of damage, and they proceeded to be dead. So that was nice. But there was a lot of moments. Again, it kind of felt like had their Predator actually done something. I mean, basically they had 3 very powerful shooting options and they under-indexed, essentially. So those were 2 wins that we got. And there were some really great moments, really great guys, really great games. And then the last game, we came up against a combination of Drukhari and Necrons. Very good players. Very, very competent in terms of the rule set. Didn't bring an army that was like crazy optimized or super tooled up. Great people to play against. No hard feelings, but they essentially spanked us. They made us go first. And essentially utilize their incredible range and, abundance of shooting. I had one moment where I was going to set up like a really fun chain reaction with the Death Company Dreadnought, but it just didn't go according to plan. And of course, the span of 3 turns, our entire army was just shot off the board. Noting that at RFW, they use more traditional thematic board layout. So having a predominantly combat-y type of army with some short-range Rubik Marines, we just didn't really have any meaningful range threats, and we just got shot to pieces, basically.
And I guess if you've got a combat army, they're like, cool, you can spend a turn moving towards us, doing nothing, while we shoot at you. To me, I think if they're the attacker and they're normally meant to be going first, but they get the choice, so you set up defensively and they're like, oh, cool, you can go first. I think... that's a sort of.
But they didn't get the choice in this format. We set up first and had to go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So we just set up as aggressively as we could, but ultimately we just couldn't get anything done with it. There were some fun moments in it. Great game. But I genuinely, I mean, again, it's a bit of a sort of end of an era thing because RFW has been such a kind of consistent and great thing. I think the community that Tom and the team at RFW have built around the 40k scene is a really, really great crew of really great gamers who are really passionate, enthusiastic about the hobby. And you see that in the way that people conduct themselves, the way that people play, the way that people celebrate the hobby, not just from a gameplay perspective, but also from just a general, kind of creative quality production perspective. Every army is really beautiful. Everyone's really comes with a great attitude. And I think in a way it's a shame that Tom has sort of decided that he's going to take a break from it for a while. He was kind of on the fence when I spoke to him about it as we were leaving the venue. But I know that from conversations we've had with him over WhatsApp this week that he's on a bit of a hiatus from it. But I hope that he gets back to a place that he kind of is able to do that again, because I genuinely think that, being able to draw a crowd like that with that kind of, passion, enthusiasm for it is really great. I think my only criticism, just because I love to throw criticisms at Tom because he's a mate and I don't like to make it sound like I'm just giving him an easy win.
Were there no cupcakes made by his children this time?
No, this time around there were some very nice biscuits, which were very pleasant. But yeah, my criticism of it is definitely that I feel like more and more he should recognise second and third place finishes. Not that obviously myself and Richie were finishing in that category, so we weren't going to win regardless, but I feel like it is a bit anticlimactic when essentially he gives a very generous gift or reward to the wooden spoon, which you should do. I think, at the end of the day, I think the wooden spoon is a really good part of the kind of ethos of the tournament. But it is interesting because the guys that beat us in game 3 came second overall. And I think, the way they played, what they accomplished, I think for those guys and for the people that came third, they just deserve, even if it's just a plaque, a handshake, a Cadbury's cream egg, although out of season for those. The point is like just something just to be like, I acknowledge your accomplishment. Here is something that denotes that. And I think that was the only thing that, to me, I feel like was a bit of a miss. And he's done that now on a few consecutive events, noting that I've come second at every other one of those events. So maybe this is just a bit of like a resentment that's built up over not receiving any rewards over those.
I sort of can understand where you're coming from. I think that's almost like a deliberate choice of a mission, right? That it's meant to be more, we acknowledge someone won, but that's not what this event is about. It's meant to be the hobby, which is why there's lots of like painting awards and
true.
I think there's like a sportsmanship one as well.
There isn't a sport though. He doesn't. He's only ever done best player or most sporting once.
Yeah,
and I think he did it because the tournament pack he received from Games Workshop had like a certificate for it.
Right, okay.
And he just sort of went along with the flow of it. And here's the thing, you're absolutely right. Like his prize support is really good. Like he gets really good prize support. He gets and he offers a lot of prizes to what is probably the most important part of the day, which is the hobby elements of it, the painting, the miniature construction. But I think, I just think it's that thing where
a plaque acknowledging it, which is cheap as chips and isn't really a prize, but as you say, it's acknowledging it. So maybe that's what people need. They just want to be seen. They just want to be heard, Dan. So
I think it just gives people a moment, doesn't it? And it helps with the overall.
It builds up the first place winner as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes it more of an accomplishment because effectively it was quite anticlimactic because he went through a number of painting awards, which were great. Really good, sort of kicked off with a wooden spoon. That was great, but it literally went from one extreme to the other where it's like, here's your wooden spoon, now here's the overall winner. Done. And you're like, oh, okay, that's that then.
I guess it would be nice to know who came second and third.
Well, he said after the fact. He said after the fact. And again, it's not like he kept it secret. It's just that thing where I just feel like, And again, Tom, I know you're probably listening to this. Love the events, mate. I think you do great work. It's a mild criticism in the grand scheme of things. I think the terrain quality continues to go from strength to strength. There were some really amazing old GW kits in there. We're playing on tables with beautiful, like, chapels, and they had the classic, like, Dark Angels.
Fortress of Redemption.
Fortress of Redemption. Oh, it's beautiful. So much good stuff. Like really, really good. I think the table quality in terms of the terrains was really high, and I think the overall ambience and atmosphere was great. I think the people at the pub that Tom partners with have really brought their A game. They were really great, really on it. We just had a great lunch, and that was wonderful. And there was a lot to love about it. I think he's really gotten his patter down and has developed something quite special there. So a shame in a way that I might not have the opportunity to face off against some of the boogeymen. It's funny because over the last 5 RFWs, there's been a kind of trio of us that have bizarrely also at various points all played Dark Angels, who have all kind of sat in the sort of top 3. So basically, myself, Ross from RFW. I think I always am terrible with the name. I think one of them was called Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan's good.
Yeah, and then another one called Nick, with who's Dark Angels, who's got a surname. I think he goes by a surname. Is it Teague?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, by the way, lads, if I'm being terrible with names. I am just terrible with names in the general sense. I've got too many of them in my head. But yeah, like the 4 of us, it's funny, like, because I don't know what the situation is between themselves, but I've never played any of them in those events. And we're always the ones that seemingly are always sniffing around the top of it, yet we always seem to dodge each other. So in a way, what I'd love to do is do like a funny little thing where maybe the 4 of you
get together
and do like a round robin or something. It'd be quite a laugh, but anyway.
What's the like WrestleMania event where they're just Royal Rumble? That's it. You just all fight in one big match, death match.
Yeah.
Only one shall survive.
I don't know. That doesn't ever really work that well, though, does it? Because it just ends up being a bit of a.
No, I know.
More, yeah, but no, I agree. I think there's definitely something to be done there. But anyway, look, I mean, fair play, Tom. Good event. By all accounts, the Heresy event was really, really popular and successful. Saw a lot of photography from it. Armies look great. If you're into Heresy and you're looking for an event to go and support, there's a few better out there from my experience than RFW. So, yeah, highly recommend if you're into Heresy and you're looking for stuff, get yourself over to RFW, their Facebook page, sign yourself up and see if there's a chance you can go along to the next one because, yeah, they've been really great for 40K. So yeah, it'd be cool to see if Heresy really kind of carries that torch. But yeah, that was RFW. It was fun. Again, really good to partner with Richie as well. Always really enjoy playing alongside him. He's one of my most interesting doubles partners because it's you know Rich. I mean, and again, it's all love in this sense, but it's always he takes a lot of convincing. You know, he's always like.
Yeah, so he's got, I guess, got his own strategy in mind, and you can't assuade him otherwise to veer from that course.
But me and him are very in sync. So, like, I think we play a lot against each other, and we have played a lot together over the years. So I find there is this kind of synchronicity between us that it's unspoken, but then. What happens is in the instance where it needs to be spoken, it becomes quite weird because me and Rich kind of do argue with each other a fair bit. Not in a heated or horrible way. I mean, it's all...
a jolly way, I'm sure.
Well, exactly. You just sort of like... Because you just, you know, there's little moments like that. So there were a couple of those, which again, were all good fun. But it was like... I remember Richie was like, I'll charge into that for you and help you out. It's like, Rich, I don't need you to. Don't worry about it. And we're trying in the middle of the game, and he's like, "No, I'll do it." And I was like, "Rich, for God's sake, stay on the objective, man." And he was like, "It's just, yeah, it's funny, man." But again, it's just because, again, we're just trying to do the best we can, and yeah, it's great. So no, anyway, super fun time. Cheers, Rich, as always, for being a great partner. Cheers to everyone that we played against for being great opponents. Cheers to Tom for putting it on, and cheers for you, dear listener, for listening, as well as you, Phil, because in a way, you had to take a bit of a back seat. On that one as well. So thanks for being patient and listening to me rattle on about RFW. How you been there, mate? What's going on with you?
That's good. Obviously, been doing Age of Sigmar, which we've talked about already at length, so I won't go any more into that. Hobby-wise, painting up my Thunder Warriors, just in the midst of putting in lots of, blocking in all the colours and stuff, which is really boring. Experimenting with a few things, which is kind of interesting. Doing a different method for my leathers. I'm using literally an artistic ink to do the browns. It's basically like a contrast paint. Just giving that a go, basically.
Sounds cool, man.
Yeah, it's interesting at a stage where I'm not really happy with how things are going, but I think it's, you need to push on through the ugly stage to get to the interesting stage. And I've done the like the kind of bronzy gold colour for the armour, but I've not done the oil washes. So I think I'm trying to get all the sort of base colours down first, then I'll go back and do the oil washes on the armour, which I think will elevate the model from looking a bit boring to looking really good. At least that's the intention. And I'm just trying to work out what colours to do certain things as well. So because originally they've got loads of little straps on their legs that almost look like little tags, and originally I did a test with one guy where they're all red, and I was like, no, that's too much, so I'm going to go back and redo them as brown, and then maybe just the Tarouges and the capes will be red, and that'd be the one like pop of colour, and keep that quite minimal rather than having lots of little spots of red. I think will be too much. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Still loads to do. Basically this month, God, it's running out already. But yeah, I've got to block in the colours and do the armour, and then next month is faces and bases, and that'll be it. That's the plan for the time schedule in terms of how I'm blocking things out. So hopefully, a good few weeks to do just heads, and another 2 weeks to do just bases should be enough time to get it all done. But I've got to get all the generic, boring stuff done first before then.
Is the sad, unfortunate process that all us army painters go through.
I guess it's the joys of batch painting, and it's like 30 odd models plus other bits. I mean, I haven't even looked at the shield yet. I've still got to paint all of those as well. So, I've got probably more than I would like to do for the amount of time that I've got. But I think it'd be fine. It'll be fine. It won't be. There might be some elements I'll skip over and go back to or add to later, but it'll be good enough, I think.
Can I offer an opinion, Phil?
Oh, go on.
So we're a couple of weeks into it now, and I'm almost ashamed to say it, but I feel like I have to be honest about it. I kind of, as time has gone on, find myself quite sympathetic to Agents of the Imperium.
In what way?
Or Imperial Agents. Codex Imperial Agents. The more I see of it, the more I consider its overall function, the less I'm against it. I'm sort of getting to a place where I'm like, you know what? This actually seems kind of fun.
The idea that you can just add in some Grey Knights or add in the Death Watch, I think is great. And I think I've seen a lot of Death Watch players say this is a great codex potentially for everyone else except us, the actual Death Watch players. And I think that will probably be true. And then today they announced, here's the 3 Inquisitors that are in the codex, and get to know them. And I was like, well, wait a second. Why is there just 3? It's like Paul Eisenhorn has gone to the land of legends, clearly, because he's not in plastic. So it sort of makes sense that they've given you one named Inquisitor for each of the Ordos. So the new guy, I think, is Malleus, right? I want to say.
Ordo, as in Cotiers. No,
Cotiers. I think he's Malleus. I can't.
He is. Remember. Yeah, he's Ordo Malleus, and Greyfax is Hereticus.
Yes, and then the other one Xenos.
Draxus is
Draxus Xenos. Yeah, so I get it. It's just really sad because 1, my Eisenhorn mini is invalid. 2, my Eisenhorn proxy, Lady Greyfax, no, Greyhorn.
I'm on Greyfax as well, but I don't know why.
Well, no, because Greyfax is the actual Inquisitor mini.
Oh yes, of course. There you go.
Is who was an Eisenhorn box is also gone, and then I don't think Demon Hosts are going to be in there, so my Demon Host mini is also gone. So it's a real kicker. It's going to be disappointing, and I think that sort of overall sums up some of my current thoughts about 40k. Is they just keep removing stuff from the game that I love and own. And yes, it's in Legends and it's viable, but it's just not a fun feeling. However, thinking about the positives, as you're saying, I do think the ability to add in like Death Watch or something is very cool for a regular army.
And I think that's the thing. It's more, the more I look at it, even as like a force, I know it's sort of like a hodgepodge and a bit of a mess of a collection, and it's a bit of everything. And it's interesting that you could take some Grey Knight units. It's interesting that you can take some Death Watch units. It's even more interesting that you can take sisters. Like all of that stuff collectively is kind of wild. The thing that I find most hilarious is their hard sell on the Black Star, the
Corvus Black Star.
Corvus Black Star, the aircraft.
It's cool mini. I like it.
Amazing mini. Like, mate, like 100% great miniature. Have always liked that kit. I think it's genuinely, of the flyer kits that sit within the pantheon of Imperium, or Space Marine flyers, it's probably one of the best Space Marine flyer kits there is.
Yes. Yeah, it's up there.
I feel like, on balance, and I know it's a bit of a weird one, I feel like my favourite Space Marine flyer kit is the Storm Talon. I think the Storm Talon is a really nice...
Is that the Dark Angel specific one?
No, that's the Nephilim and the Dark Talon.
Oh, because I think it's those two are my favourite.
The Storm Talon is like the little boxy one.
Exactly. It's too small for what it should be.
Yeah, but what I like about it is that it feels appropriate for a flyer or a aircraft type vehicle on the battlefield at that level.
Right.
It feels more like it's somewhere between a plane and a helicopter.
Yeah, weirdly, now you might not know this, it reminds me of a LAT from Star Wars Legion. It's like LAAT, I think, and it's like this, it's almost like this patrol vehicle hovercraft that sort of floats around, and it's very boxy. It is that sort of vibe to it, actually, where it's not really a flyer, it's like some form of large skimmer, I would almost class it as. Yeah. In which case, and to be fair, it does look very Space Marine-y. It's got very like Thunderhawk vibes to it, but yeah, it's just almost a bit too squished in and small for what it should be, really.
No, and I can understand that complaint, but I think overall, to me, it sort of, for what it is, it makes sense. Like the Stormhawk Interceptor, again, it's kind of like a very odd plane design. The Storm Raven is a very weird design, although I do kind of like it. I think the Space Wolf flyers were pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of them, although they have elements of, what's it called? It's something like the, not Cerastus, because that's a knight, but it's...
You're talking about the
Forged Worlds, with the two sort of twin, like assault ramps.
Which is a great kit.
Oh, that's my favourite. I would love to own that one day.
As Space Marine flyers go, that's definitely up there. But anyway, the Corvus Black Star is a cool kit, but in this game, a lot of the time, flyers have been terrible. But obviously, if this thing performs and functions in the way that the Storm Raven has been performing of late, it could be a really interesting aspect to the Death Watch and to the Imperial Agents kind of vibe if they're leaning into utilising that kind of transport and flies.
Well, it's interesting because normally, and I don't know what the current Death Watch rules are, but in previous editions, you've always had the option to like deep strike in a couple of units of regular dudes. And because of that, it's like, well, you don't need a transport then to get them on the tabletop. You'll just use your stratagems or whatever it is to make them appear mysteriously out of nowhere. And I think it's those sorts of functionalities in the game that take away the need for things like flyers and rhinos and stuff. And it'd be good if it can come back. The other thing that I like that they've announced is that there's like this 2-tier pricing model. Basically, if you take these units as a dedicated army, it's slightly cheaper. But if you're plugging in, for example, Death Watch or Grey Knights into another army, another Imperial army, they cost more because they're acknowledging that they are literally filling a gap or a niche that army doesn't do, so therefore it's almost more powerful, and therefore can be priced differently, and therefore aid in balance, which I think is really good, actually, that they've done that. Because the times that they've done that before, I think in 8th edition, it was like, cool, guard are going up in price because people like to take guard with their knights, and all the guard players are getting punished for it. Which I think was an actual example, unless I've just made that up. I think that did happen. So it's good that they've structured that slightly differently. So I'm looking forward to it when it comes out. It'll be on, I think it's on pre-order today, if you're listening on the Saturday.
Yeah. No, I think so too. I'm just looking at the Corvus Blackstar rules as they are right now, noting that they've taken the Death Watch PDF off of Warhammer Community now, so that's gone, which essentially confirms the fact that Death Watch now just Codex Space Marines, everybody.
Yeah, I think they said the kill teams are going to Legends, so they'll at least still be playable. You know, it would be great if, much like the Age of Sigmar app, we will see Legends units appear in the 40k app, because then that gives it a bit more legitimacy in terms of playing with those units. It was wild. I was because I'm in the Death Watch Facebook group, so I was seeing some people talk about it, and they were like, "Oh yeah." People were saying, "Oh yeah, you can just use them in your crusade. Use them for your narrative stuff, your crusade." And this guy was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in 2 local crusade groups, and neither of them allow legends." And I was like, "What? Like, what are these people on? why would you not allow legends units in crusade stuff?" It's like, geez, okay. And then another person was like, "Oh yeah, my local store doesn't allow it." And it's like, again, a bit weird, because it's like it's all about wording, right? I think they need to rename, legends to something along the lines of non-tournament units. It's basically like, if it's not in legends, it's for tournament play only. Legends is casual play, but because I don't know, it's just so much historical issue around the term legends and how it's been used previously that people just don't want to touch it as soon as it's gone to legends, which is a shame, and you shouldn't do. Everyone should just embrace it. And it's a bit like how in the old world, it's like, yes, there's a bunch of armies that are technically not legends. They use a different word, but every tournament organizer's gone, no, it's fine, we're going to use them all. And it's like, that's what people need to do.
Yeah. So the Corvus Blackstar at the moment is movement 20, toughness 10, 3+ save, 14 wounds, leadership 6 with an OC of 0. It's got some weapons, basically hurricane bolters, twin assault cannons, can have this Blackstar rocket launcher, which is basically a D6 +1, 30-inch range, hits on freeze, strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage, blast weapon. So nothing special. Has the ability to do mortals. So you roll 66 and 3/5 plus do 1 mortal.
Oh, was that after the bombing run ability?
Yeah, it's called the cluster launcher. It's also got the ability to hover and stealth, which is good because it obviously gets the -1 to hit from stealth, which is rare with flyers. A lot of them fly, but few and far between get stealth. What's interesting is you can arm it with a Halo launcher. And what do you imagine the Halo launcher gives you, Phil? Bearing in mind you have stealth.
Oh, is it -1 to hit?
No, it gives you the smoke keyword, which obviously the smoke keyword gives you access to the smoke stratagem. And what does the smoke stratagem do? -1 to hit. So it's like, cool. I guess every now and again I'll double up on my -1s.
Is it because stealth is? Does stealth no, I know. Well, they technically do if you, but they cap out, right? So,
yeah,
but I was going to say, does stealth only work at a certain distance, like outside of? No, that's lone operative.
No, stealth is any ranged attack, basically.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Because if it was like within 12, I could understand it, or something like that, or outside of 12. Yeah, interesting. I guess, is that an oversight? Maybe that will change in the next week when the codex drops. Or the idea is you're just negating someone's +1 to hit, which often you don't know if they've got that because it's a stratagem or something.
In all probability, assuming you were ever using this thing, you were taking its Auspex array, which gave all of its ranged weapons ignore cover.
Oh, that's good.
It's way better than having the smoke keyword, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
I think so too. Anyway, so no, genuinely, I know it's maybe a controversial take, but there's a part of me that's just sort of like, actually, that seems kind of cool. And, it's going to be interesting to see what that does to Grey Knights. Because, again, I don't know how many people are talking about this, but, Grey Knights are still... Oh, wait, no, I was wrong. Deathwatch PDF is still on Warhammer Community as well, so apologies for that. But... Grey Knights, again, it's interesting what's going on with them as well going in there. But obviously, Sisters have their own book, so I'm hopeful that GW will continue to support the Grey Knights.
They will. They said next year it'll get its own codex.
Oh, yes, they leaked, didn't they? They had the leak.
No, it wasn't a leak. They said it in the article. They said, don't worry, Grey Knights are getting their own codex next year. Fine.
Well, anyway, got a bunch of reveals or previews coming up in the next 48 hours. So,
for AOS, isn't that the?
It seems to be the results from this campaign. So we're either going to see new Skaven or new Stormcast.
It seems likely it's going to be Skaven.
I sincerely hope so. But equally, I'm keen to see what they do with the Stormcast. Obviously, all those Stormcast players were crying out for more kits. They definitely want more stuff to get discontinued in the future.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's mostly replacing some of the older sculpts. Which, it kind of makes sense.
No, it does.
Yeah. I was going to say briefly, going back to the Inquisition, would you be tempted by any of the box sets?
I was most tempted by... Hang on, let me just make sure I'm calling it by its proper name and make sure that I'm not misquoting it. Next week. So I was most interested for my sins in the Courtiers box, only because I have a 5th edition Grey Knight army and I'm like, 5 more Terminators would be cool, and a bunch of and 2 boxes of henchmen would also be cool, even though there is a very real part of me that doesn't want to use these henchmen in a 5th edition army. That would basically stop me. If I was going to use Inquisitorial henchmen in my 5th edition army, I would go out of my way to try and buy old metal stormtroopers and caskets and things.
Yeah. Which is probably doable. Maybe the value of those metal ones have gone down now because everyone can get hold of new plastic sculpts, which is probably a bit more exciting for a lot of people.
I think so. I mean, I might have even looked at like other Guard Regiment kits as well. But at the moment, with the way that my Grey Knight army has gone in 5th edition, I've got basically like 1,500 points of stuff in it, and I'm playing 5th edition so rarely that it's like I've basically assembled 1,000 points of Grey Knights, sprayed them silver, and they're awaiting being played at some point.
We'll have to have a game at some point.
Well, indeed, mate, indeed. Once you get out the other side of no retreat, eh?
Yes, no, that's true. Then then it'll be a month of painting Nighthawk for our upcoming teams event in September, of which I've got about 500 points that I need to paint or borrow again. So I might try and at least make some headway and paint some units for that. So I've got like a solid month of doing that, I think. Then after then, I'm all yours, Dan. We can do whatever you like.
There we go. We can finally host the Lookouts event.
Yes, whatever that may be.
Absolutely. All right, amazing. Well, there you go. That was episode 186. Thank you, everybody, for your support, especially huge thank you to our patrons. Again, obviously, if you would like to consider being a patron, you know what to do. But yeah, look, really appreciate it. Really enjoyed it. Hope you did too. That's that. Anything else? Phil?
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Like it makes it better.